Take a breath and relax. In this video, you will hear some allegedly true scary stories. Of course, there's no way to know for sure, so you be the judge. Let me know which stories sound true and which ones sound made up in the comment section below. And just a heads up, there are only 4 ads in this video after the first 4 stories. The rest of the video will be ad-free. I hope you enjoy your time here, and if you do, please subscribe and like the video. Now, let's begin. Summer break is an awesome time to kick back, relax, and even enjoy some traveling. Unfortunately for me, my summer break did not consist of vacationing or kicking back. My old roommate Dave was going on vacation with his fiancée, and he asked me to take care of his golden retriever Millard. And me, always trying to make a quick buck, I quickly accepted. I planned on staying overnight with Millard, while Dave was gone for a couple of nights. Feeling lonely, I asked some of my friends to come over and hang out for a while. We sat outside, ate some wings, and just hung out for a couple hours. I had to work at 6:30 in the morning, so I kicked them out at around 11 p.m. and decided to get ready for bed. I put on the TV and made myself comfortable on the living room couch. I started to doze off instantly, and while I was going in and out, I heard the doorbell ring. I kind of jolted awake and just sat still for a moment. I thought perhaps maybe it was the TV, and maybe I just woke myself up thinking that it was the doorbell. That was quickly proven false when the doorbell rang again. My heart was practically jumping out of my chest. I grabbed my watch and saw that it was 11:47 p.m. Who the heck would be at the door at this hour of the night? I slowly approached the door as the bell rang again for the 3rd time. It was a shady-looking guy with a backwards hat on. He had a big brown bag in his hand. I opened the front door a crack while still keeping the chain on, and didn't open the screen door, and I asked what he wanted. In a very soft and unconvincing voice, he said, "Hi, I have your food delivery." I immediately yelled that I didn't order any food. He proceeded to tell me the address, and then followed with, "That is your address, right? I have your delivery." More annoyed than anything else, I told him once more that he had the wrong house, and I slammed the door in his face and then turned off all the lights. The house I was staying in was a split-level ranch, and for those of you who don't know what that is, it's kind of like having a 1.5-story house. The basement is usually a living room, and it's not completely underground. The windows are usually like eye level, so I went to the basement part of the house and was looking out the front windows. He was sitting in his car, with the car not on, still parked in the driveway. I was a little spooked, so I called my brother to tell him what happened. He told me not to worry, and that it was probably some kind of mistake. I agreed, and went back to look out the window, and the car was still there in the driveway. But the guy was not inside the car anymore. I grabbed the dog and locked myself in Dave's bedroom. She barked and growled all night long. Not sure if it was because she could hear things, or because she was just stuck in the room. I hardly slept that night, and when it was time for me to leave for work in the morning, I got ready in Dave's bedroom, and then ran out the front door as fast as I could. I had a brief moment of relief when I noticed the car wasn't in the driveway, but that soon changed when I turned the corner and the car was parked on the side of the road. I went to work terrified. I blasted my friends that day, asking if it was one of them, if it was a practical joke, and they assured me and promised me that it was not them. I came back to feed Millard after work with one of my friends, and we noticed footprints all around the house and scratches on the siding of the house where one of the back windows was. It looked like someone had tried to scare me, or actually tried to break in, and were unsuccessful. In hindsight, I realize I should have got the license plate number, but I just thought that maybe I was being paranoid. I could have also asked what company they represented, so I could call to see if it was a real order or not. When Dave returned, I brought this up to him, and he said that he had never had a similar experience. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe the delivery person was pissed they got pranked and were now stuck with the bill. Or maybe I could have been in real danger. Either way, this is one summer night I still bring up to my friends when they want to hear a freaky story. I'm a 30-year-old male, and I live in Horsham, England. I have a 2-year-old dog, and I take him out for a walk every morning around 5:30 a.m. before I head off to work. One December morning, my alarm went off, and it was time to take my dog, Yoshi, out for his walk. Where I live, there are some woods, riverside walks close by. My dog loves the woods and walking by the stream. I remember it was so cold out, colder than usual. We got to the entrance of the woods, and we walked down the trek to get to the bridge to cross the stream. Yoshi stopped whilst halfway along the bridge. His ears perked up, and he started to sniff at the edge of the bridge. Then he started growling at the side. I tried to calm him down. I couldn't see or hear anything. I started to walk to the edge of the bridge, and that's when I heard it. Someone or something screeching. It startled me, and Yoshi started barking uncontrollably. I had a thought. I could either cross the bridge and go deeper into the woods, or turn back. I turned to go back, and I froze. I was so terrified at what was standing in front of me. I dropped my dog's leash. A tall person was standing at the entrance of the bridge, wearing a tribal mask. I looked in their hand, and they were holding an axe. He was still, completely still, just standing there. Eyes fixated on me and my dog. Before I could react, they let out a deafening scream. My dog was barking and ran in the other direction deeper into the woods away from the masked figure. I knew it was fight or flight. I ran deeper into the woods, screaming for my dog. I heard footsteps behind me, but I could not look back. I just had to get out of the woods and find my dog. I ran. I followed the red arrows as that was the shorter trek in the woods, and it would loop back to the main entrance. Tears were streaming down my face. I was exhausted, and I kept hearing the footsteps and screeching behind me. I made it to the entrance, and I still could not find Yoshi. I thought maybe he ran all the way back to the house. Before I left, I looked back into the woods, and I saw them, standing behind the trees, the mask in view. They rose their axe above their head and let out that deafening scream again. I ran out of the woods and back to my house. Luckily, my dog was outside, waiting, clearly shaken up. We went inside. I sat down on my sofa thinking, what on earth did I just experience? Did they just want to torment me? Did they plan on hurting me and my dog? I'll never know. I have heard no one else mention of any tribal masked people in those woods. I have not gone back either. I don't think I ever will. This is a short story that happened to me several years ago, but still affects me to this day. Now, objectively speaking, this may not be very scary for others, but the image is burned into my mind, and it is something I don't think I will ever forget. School had just ended 3 weeks prior, and my friend and I were just hanging out, enjoying a surpassingly beautiful summer night. I live in a very quiet little town. There really isn't much commotion, or really much of anything that goes on. We have one main school, and our graduating class is tiny compared to most. Around midnight, we were pretty sick of playing games and wanted to do something different. He suggested walking around outside on the beautiful, clear summer night. Without much hesitation, I agreed. It was after midnight in a quiet town. I figured not much could really go wrong. My parents were asleep, but they trusted me, so sneaking out just to walk probably wouldn't have been a huge issue. We ended up staying out for a couple of hours. We talked about movies, wrestling, and what our plans were for the rest of the summer. Up to this point, it had actually been one of my favorite nights in a long time. Just to be able to enjoy the nice breeze, the moonlight, and have some good old-fashioned conversation. We were already on our way back home, and we were probably only about 5 minutes from the house. We were walking down a very low-lit street. On the right side were some old houses, where 95% of the lights were off, and to our left, trees. Nothing but trees. My friend pointed out as we were walking that the way one of the lights were hitting the trees, it looked like a person. We laughed at first and kind of were amazed at how much it really did look like a person. But after a moment, the laughter faded away as we realized that maybe this wasn't just a shadow. So like the fools that we were, we decided to explore, and I pulled back a few branches and saw that there was an actual woman standing there. She had a huge, almost disturbing smile on her face. She was old, probably in her late 70s, I would guess. She was dressed normal and had lots of nice jewelry on. She looked like how my grandma would dress for holiday parties. But the scariest part was she was just standing there like a statue smiling at us. For a moment, we just stood there in shock, and within a split second, her smile vanished and she jumped out and made a huge grunt and then screamed. We ran as fast as we could back to the house. To my knowledge, she didn't follow us or anything. Some people may not find this particularly scary, but in the middle of the night, when you find a creepy old lady hiding in the trees, it can rattle your cage, let me tell you. Nothing else of note came from this incident. But as I mentioned previously, I will never be able to get the image of her smiling and then suddenly screaming out of my head. I work nights in the secure unit of a nursing home here in Massachusetts. For those of you that don't know, the secure unit of any medical facility is where at-risk patients are housed. So anyone with mental illnesses, degenerative diseases, or general behavioral problems that mean they can't be given the same sort of freedom as the other patients. When I am on the night shift, I'm pretty much locked in alone with the patients. Their rooms jutting off from the long, dimly lit hallway where my desk resides. Nobody likes working up there at night. It's not like it's any busier, but the lack of support means you just kind of feel vulnerable. Sure, I can just buzz for help from other night nurses if there's an emergency, but other than that, and it's pretty much just 1 or 2 nurses attending the entire ward. That, and well, it does get a little spooky some nights. I don't believe in anything supernatural. I have been a nurse way too long to still entertain ideas about spirits and other such nonsense, but there have been a few incidents on the ward that have creeped me out. Here is a handful. One night, I'm right in the middle of my night shift. It's like 2 or 3 in the morning, and the ward is so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. So when I hear a voice coming from the end of the hall, it immediately sets me on edge. "I can see you," was all it said, in this almost playful voice. I got up from my desk and looked around, but I was alone. No one was in the hallway. All the patients were still asleep. "I can see you," it said again, even creepier this time. I tried to find the source of the voice, but it seemed to be echoing around the corridor. I checked every room, but each and every one of my patients was fast asleep. I was practically shaking by the time I sat back at my desk, and I was rigid with fear for the remainder of my shift. I told one of the other nurses about the voice I had heard when she arrived in the morning to take over. When I described what the voice had said, she grew quiet before solemnly telling me that one of the recently deceased patients used to say that to his young granddaughter whenever she would come visit. She would hide behind the curtain from him, like a little game. That's when he would say, "I see you," in that sing-song way. We eventually discovered that it was someone talking in their sleep, someone who had witnessed the little game played between grandfather and granddaughter and had it slip into their unconscious mind. Totally rational explanation, but for a while, we were all really freaked out. We had one particular sweet old lady in the ward whose neighbor in the bed next to her was not a very nice person. I mean, not just rude or snarky. I'm talking full-on vile and spiteful. She was horrible to everyone, patients and nurses alike. But she was particularly despicable to the sweet old lady in the bed next to her. The sweet old lady would just smile and ignore her, occupying herself with her knitting, even though her arthritis made her fingers hurt like the devil. "Better to stay occupied, better to keep the mind busy," she'd always say. We were all real sad when she passed. It was quiet, during her sleep. A painless way to go. Thankful for small mercies, I suppose. But what was really weird about the whole thing was how her mean neighbor began to act following her passing. Suddenly, her less than friendly neighbor was absolutely terrified to sleep in that room. She flat out refused to sleep in the bed that we had once had a hard time getting her out of. And if by some chance you did manage to get her into bed, she would anxiously plead with you to leave the lights on. One night, she made it all the way out into the hall without her wheelchair, which was honestly sort of scary all on its own. I had never seen her walk without some kind of mobility aid. She was out of breath and there was pure fear in her eyes, the kind I had never seen in her before. When I called for assistance, myself and another nurse took her to the TV room and let her sleep in one of the recliners. She never even said it, but we all knew what she was afraid of. She was afraid of the sweet old lady she had been so mean to, coming back to visit her during the night. This next one probably freaked the nursing staff out the most, so I'll end it here. We had this Greek grandmother staying with us for a while. She was a first-generation immigrant who had lived near Boston for many years and hadn't bothered to learn much English. She'll be talking up a storm. No idea what she's saying, but it'll be loud enough to hear all the way down the hall. When I go down to check on her, she stops talking and pretends to sleep, only to resume her one-sided conversation when I return to my desk. This'll happen a few times until she genuinely drifts off, but it's a regular occurrence. Most nights she'll repeat this same process, talking to herself in a rather loud voice until she falls asleep. So one day her son comes to visit, and I jump at the chance to ask him why his mother talks to herself before she falls asleep. He asks her in Greek, but the face she pulled required no translation. She looked like her son had just asked her the silliest question she had ever heard before responding with just a few words. "The man in my room," her son relayed to me. She's talking to her friend. I'm sure I don't need to add that she stays in a room where there aren't any men. Now, I'm pretty sure that she's just imagining her friend. She has certainly displayed signs of being in the early stages of dementia. But one or two of the other nurses here don't quite believe she is losing her mind. They talk about how she's the most lucid woman on the ward, despite not being able to speak English. Maybe it's because the residents here are so close to death themselves. Maybe it's because the staff are in constant contact with mortality. Maybe this is just how we deal with the stresses of the job. But some things happen in this place that we can't entirely explain. Or maybe it's just because we don't want to explain them. That the truth might be scarier than anything in any storybook. Back when I was in university, I used to work nights at a pub just a few miles from my parents' house. We lived in the countryside, so I had to commute to nearby Leeds on weekday mornings, whilst at the weekends I would spend my nights earning much-needed beer money. The point is, when my late shift at the pub ended, I would have to walk about 2.5 miles along narrow, poorly lit country lanes in order to get home. Yeah, we had a taxi service in a village nearby, but on a weekend, it's pretty much fully booked at all times. That, and I didn't fancy blowing my nightly wages on a taxi at the end of every shift. I was that frugal student. One of the great things about working pubs in the countryside is that the tips are phenomenal. The sense of community and old-fashioned values meant that farmhands and landed gentry alike would always tip on their orders. Sometimes it was the take-your-own amount of about 20 pence, but sometimes they would leave you with maybe 4 or 5 pounds of change, especially when they would have a few too many and were feeling overly generous. My shifts usually ended about 11:30 p.m. once last orders had been called, and we had cleaned down the bars. All the staff would then usually hang around for a drink until about midnight before going our separate ways. Now, this one Saturday in particular had been insanely busy. The weather had been spectacular, and there had been some kind of garden festival in the area. This meant that all kinds of people from near and far had rolled through the pub and added to my tips glass. By the end of the night, I had $112. It was more than I'd ever had, and I'd be damned if I were to waste some of it on a taxi, especially when a belly full of lager would see me home. No problem. So off I went, merrily meandering homewards, feeling like a very rich man as I planned how to spend my newfound fortune. It was dark out, like really dark, with only a silver on the moon in the sky to light my way. But I was just too buzzed and cheerful to care. It didn't occur to me once that I would be in any kind of danger. About a mile into the journey back home, I'm blasting some AC/DC in my earphones when I see the lights of a car coming up behind me. It passes slowly, and for a second, I think the driver is about to ask for directions, but the car just keeps on going. Like I said, we had had a lot of city folk passing through the village since the festival was going on, so I thought nothing of not being able to recognize the vehicle or its driver. But once the car had passed me about 200 yards or so, it just stopped in the middle of the road. I watch it sitting for a minute or two, continuing on my merry way, until it dawns on me that it's not going to just drive off. I got the weirdest feeling that it was sat there waiting for me. I know that sounds paranoid, but sometimes you just get a bad feeling about something, don't you? A kind of tight feeling in your stomach that tells you something is badly wrong. So I too stopped walking at the side of the road, just stood there staring at the car's rear lights until it finally revved its engine and took off into the night. I wasn't freaked out, but I think I can thank the belly full of beer for that. If this had happened while I was sober, I know I would have been much more scared. I'm not some big tough guy, like at all. So when a couple of minutes go by, and I see a pair of headlights coming at me from the opposite side of the road, I'm not worried in the slightest. I just keep walking as the car passes me. But I realize as it does, It's the same car from before. And just like before, it stops just a couple of 100 yards down the road. I am now convinced that it's a car full of city folk who have managed to get lost in the dark. So again, I stop at the side of the road, waiting for it to reverse so the driver can ask directions. Only it doesn't. The car does a U-turn in the middle of the lane, then switches its headlights off and begins to creep slowly down the road towards me. I wasn't freaked out before, but I was then. In fact, I'm not afraid to admit that I was completely and utterly terrified. I had no idea what exactly the driver's intentions were, but they were obviously not good. My head was spinning with grim ideas of what they were planning. Flashes of robbery, kidnapping, and worse. I just started running, looking for a gap in the hedgerows so I could jump into one of the nearby fields to hide. I finally found one, scrambling over the dry stone wall and badly scraping my elbows in the process. My first thought was to grab my phone from my backpack to call the police, but the light of the screen meant that the driver would be able to find me pretty quickly. I panicked, threw it back into my bag, and decided that hiding was my best option. Even if I did get through to the police, it would take them a while to get here. It might be too late by then. So I'm crouching in the base of a hedge, terrified out of my mind, just trying to hide so that the driver thinks that I have just legged it off over the fields. The only thing I'm relying on at this point is my sense of hearing. I'm listening for footsteps, the car's engine, anything to give me an idea of what's going on the other side of the hedge. I know it's cliché, but a couple of minutes passing really did feel like half an hour, and in that time I hadn't heard a single thing coming from the road. When it got to the point that I felt like it was safe to check, I started to slowly edge up towards the section of the hedge I dove over, readying myself to peek over the dry stone wall for any signs of the car. It's right then I heard the sound of car doors slamming. Not one door, but 2 or 3 all closing at once. The car hadn't moved. That whole time they had been sat in the middle of the dark country lane, waiting for me to emerge. My heart was pounding at that point. I cannot convey just how terrifying it is to know that you're being hunted by a gang of complete strangers. I just bolted, hurtling across the dark field in the direction of a small wooded area. I know the area quite well, so despite me not knowing exactly where I would end up, it really didn't matter by that point. It was either leg it or face being caught by the guys hunting me. I hid out in the woods for as long as I could, watching the field I had just crossed for shadows or torches. But again, there seemed to be nothing. When the coast was clear, I took off in the opposite direction I had come, crossing fields and staying off the roads until I could find my way back home. Even though it was the middle of the night, I woke my mom and dad and told them exactly what had happened. Naturally, they called the police and arranged for some officers to visit the next morning so I could give a description. A month or so went by, and we had heard nothing back. I had stopped walking home and had started ponying up for taxis just to make sure I made it back safe. But I was actually managing to forget about what had happened, or at least let it slip to the back of my mind. That's when the police called back. The guys had been arrested for committing an assault on an elderly man just a few villages away from us. They were part of a gang based in nearby Leeds, where I went to university, who would drive out into the country at night, where there are hardly any CCTV cameras, before assaulting people as part of some initiation. I was glad they had all been caught, but it still really bothers me that some people seem to be so willing to commit violence against a total stranger. I still walk places at night sometimes, but I don't use noise-canceling headphones anymore, and I always carry a small knife, just in case. If you work night shifts too, I really recommend you do the same. You never know who's out there lurking in the darkness. just waiting to make you a victim. So I might have a different perspective on summer than most of you. I usually hated summer. My parents both worked during the day and left me chores to do every single day. I hated it. My friends were out doing everything they wanted while I had to do house and yard work. One particular day I was tasked with painting the spindles on the front porch, which would probably take more than one day to do. While I was out there painting, I heard the loudest noise coming from the street. It sounded like someone was rolling a tool chest down the road. I saw that it was an old guy with a cart that had a bunch of what looked like tools on it. After looking at the cart and putting two and two together, it was a portable cart to sharpen knives. Having some extra cash and thinking that I would do something nice for my parents, I flagged the guy down and ran inside and grabbed the knife block to bring the knives out to be sharpened. I told the guy I was doing it for my parents, and he just looked at me and whispered, "Such a nice boy." He completed the sharpening for me and I gave him the cash, and he thanked me, and then continued down the road slowly but surely. When my parents got home, I could tell they appreciated the gesture, but I think they were more focused on the painting and how well of a job I did. That night, I slept in my living room so I could stay up and watch TV without waking up my parents. I had to pause the TV at one point because I thought I heard a loud noise. I moved the blinds near the couch and looked outside and saw the cart from earlier. What the heck? I saw the cart, but no person. My dog could tell something was up, so I let her out back, and as I went to turn the back porch light on and let her outside, I could have swore I saw someone shuffle behind the garage. I freaked out and woke up my dad and told him what I thought I saw. He looked out front and he did see the cart, but when he went behind the garage, he didn't see anything. I went to the side door to make sure the door was locked, and the old man was standing directly against it. I screamed for my dad, and he ran and came out and confronted the man. I don't remember exactly what he screamed, but he was screaming like I had never heard before, shouting expletives. He called the cops, and the cops eventually showed up, took statements, and then took the man away. I think he was charged with trespassing or something along those lines. It's been years since these events have taken place, and the only thing I can really still visualize are the spindles on the front porch and the old man's face pressed against the sliding door when I went to go look outside. I don't think I'll ever forget that image, as much as I would like to. Anyway, I hope this story spooked a few of you, and if not, maybe it was a good one to fall asleep to. I met my daughter's father as a teenager when we were in high school. When I first came over to meet his family, there were immediate red flags. His mom was like no other person I had ever met before. It was like she was just an empty vessel that would spew out shocking and weird things in a girly little voice. When he introduced me, she grabbed my hands and looked into my eyes, saying, "Oh, son, you brought us home a snow-white virgin." I laughed uncomfortably, wondering if this is some awkward joke. She called out to his father, watching TV on the couch. "Honey, did you see the virgin our son has brought us?" He just grumbled and screamed, "Shut up!" She started giggling uncontrollably and then darted off to go smoke outside. My boyfriend wanted me to join him and his mom for a smoke outside. I reluctantly agreed. She was still moving around very strangely on their deck, puffing her cigarette. Have you ever smoked poison ivy? She asked. No, that's dangerous. Have you? I responded. She just started giggling uncontrollably. Mom, why are you asking that? She hasn't smoked poison ivy. That's nonsense, my boyfriend said. So, son, what do you see in this sewer rat anyway? His mom pointed at me, rage starting to fill her eyes. Because that's what she is, a dirty sewer rat. I was so confused and at a loss for words. I went from being a sacred virgin to a sewer rat. I left, since she felt this way about me. I'm not going to be talked to like that. Some weeks passed by, and my boyfriend told me his mom wanted to apologize to me. I didn't want to go back over there, but he begged me. I again reluctantly agreed. She hugged me when I walked in and said, I would love for you to have dinner here and stay the night. My boyfriend was so excited about it, I didn't have the heart to decline. We were in her room talking while she was writing in a composition notebook, giggling like a child. She got up to go smoke with my boyfriend again. When they left, I picked up her notebook. It was pages upon pages of tiny numbers filling up each page. When my boyfriend returned, I privately told him what I saw. He just brushed it off and said, Oh, my mom loves writing in code. Only she can understand it. I'm basically done at this point with the anxiety this family gave me. Ultimately, they decided to call the police on me, saying that I broke in when I was over visiting my boyfriend. I later became pregnant with his child. Not my best choice, but I did get a beautiful daughter out of it, and I moved back home with my mother. Once my daughter was born, my boyfriend begged that he could spend the day with our baby at his house. I agreed, but only under the condition that I supervised closely. She was only about 2 months old at this time. We were sitting outside while she slept in his arms. His mom giggled and picked up a large stick. I don't know why, but every time I look at that cute little baby of yours, I just want to beat her with a stick like this one. I get up and run to the car with my daughter. I put her in the seat with his mom chasing after me. She starts struggling with the handle with me, trying to keep me from closing the door to the baby. I push her, and I'm able to close the door and lock it. I drive away with her literally chasing after the car on foot. I told my daughter's dad that I would never bring her over there again. Later that night, her father calls me and I can hear his mother screaming in the background. He says, I have a large knife and I'm gonna kill my mom for you. I gasped and replied, No, please don't. You don't want to do that. She's the reason. I can't see my own daughter. Things will be better without her. I hear his mom screaming and crying, and the phone goes dead. Later on, I hear that she is alive, but he stole her car and then went missing. I made the decision to cut things off with him and never risk our lives with either of those two again. I saw his mother again 10 years later. She was homeless. I frequently see her walking the streets with a basket. I even saw her a few days ago, laid out on the sidewalk. As for my ex, he's in prison now. I am so thankful to have escaped that family, and that my stupid teenage self got a grip and moved on for the sake of my child's safety. Being that I found a community of kindred spirits here at Being Scared, I think that most of us will understand how much I love and look for things to scare me. I have never disbelieved in the paranormal. but I couldn't let myself truly believe in it without experiencing it for myself. As a result, I have gone to a few extremes in my attempts to find my first paranormal encounter. If I travel to a city with a quote-unquote haunted hotel, that's where I would insist that I stay. Obviously, at the front desk, I request the rooms with the most reported encounters and activity. I take every ghost tour I can, and particularly enjoy ghost bar crawls. I haven't broken into any abandoned asylums for fear of getting in trouble with the law, but that doesn't mean I haven't looked for at least 2 decades for what some people say they feel all the time. My most extreme attempts were that I have literally spent the night alone in 2 different famously haunted graveyards, to no avail. I began to think that if the spirit world exists, maybe they can sense someone who wants to experience it and won't be satisfyingly scared by them. But my love for Halloween and all things scary made it impossible for me to give up. The following is the story of one of the scariest but also best moments in my life. If you don't already know the stories of the Menger Hotel in San Antonio, you should read up on what is considered by at least some to be the most haunted hotel in Texas, where I live. I went down to San Antonio with my mom for a conference she was attending and wanted me to tag along. She knew better than to argue with my request for a room in the famously haunted section of the hotel, and we ended up in a cute 2-room suite in the older half of the hotel, which was the haunted part. Our first night there, she fell asleep several hours before me, but I was just in my half of the suite, watching TV quietly. Suddenly, I experienced a feeling that I had never had before that moment. I could feel her. It was like all the stories I've heard before without really getting it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a numbing chill ran through my whole body. I felt like the temperature dropped 20 degrees, and I found it hard to breathe properly in that utterly unique physiological and emotional state. I couldn't see her, but I felt her before I heard her. Soon after the first wave of chills and fear, I began to hear the very distinct sound of a woman crying from the open closet roughly 6 feet away from where I was lying down in my bed. It wasn't in the hallway. I knew it wasn't. It wasn't muffled like it would have been, even if the walls were thin. It was right there. I never saw her, but an overwhelming sadness washed over me for the pain I heard in her cries. Once I experienced the chill, fear, and sadness, I was so excited, even though I was still a little scared. I decided not to close the closet door and just to put in earplugs and went to sleep around 2:30 a.m. I did not wake up my mom through all of this because she does not share my love of all things scary. Like, at all. If I woke her up that night, she would not have been able to fall back asleep. The next morning, however, I did tell her what happened the night before. She was scared, but believed me when I said I could tell that the spirit was no threat to me or her. We got ready for the day and were locking up our room when we ran into a member of the cleaning staff. She was super friendly, and she ended up asking if we liked being in one of the most famously haunted rooms. The next bit here made my blood run cold for a microsecond. My mom mentioned that I thought I had experienced something that night. No details about hearing or seeing anything, just something. She then looks at us and says that many guests have reported that they heard an unseen woman crying in the front closet of that suite. We looked at each other in alarm, and what I already knew was reconfirmed. We had 2 more nights there, where I slept with a closed closet, and didn't experience anything strange as a result. But along with my obsession for horror, I knew beyond all possible doubt that the spirit world is real. My fright was far overshadowed by my joy of finally finding the thing I spent so long looking for. Two years ago, my wife and I purchased a small property on the lake for the family to spend the summer months away from the hustle and bustle of the city. As soon as kindergarten concluded for the year, my wife and I packed up our belongings and our 5-year-old son to set off for our new summer vacation home. My wife is a biologist, and she would be able to work from home due to our location and research she could do from our property. Our family is fortunate that she has such a successful job, which allows us the freedom to live comfortably. Unfortunately for me, we have moved a lot over the last 10 to 15 years, and I have not been able to stay with the same company for an extended period of time. This new town had one small grocery store that seemed to be the main location that everyone used for shopping. It also seemed to be the hot spot for tourists who would visit once the weather turned warm. Luckily for me, I am a trained butcher from jobs I had in my early 20s, so finding work was usually not very difficult. I applied for a job at this small store and got the job almost immediately. There would be 2 butchers on staff, myself and the guy who ran the store. His name was Will. He was the person who hired me. For the first few weeks, he seemed like a pretty quiet and laid-back guy. I would get to work every day shortly after 7 a.m. He never really cared that I was usually 5 minutes late. He was about 6 foot tall. He had greasy black hair and a really big nose. He had really small, green, beady eyes. His voice was really low and rumbled a bit when he talked. And he had baby-looking teeth. Like when he smiled, you could see a whole mess of teeth. After the first few weeks is when I noticed things starting to get a little odd. His temper would get out of hand, and he would explode on me seemingly out of nowhere, and then 5 minutes later be totally cool again. It didn't really bother me too much because he was technically my boss, and I just assumed maybe he had some kind of anger issues, and I'm not one to judge. After these first few weeks of little outbursts, they began to get more uncomfortable. He would start saying things like, "You better get done when I leave, or you'll be sorry." Or mumble things like, "Sometimes I think you'd be more help to me if you were dead." This stuff made me uncomfortable, but again, I just assumed that maybe that's just how he managed. I have met a lot of old school butchers during my time in this business, and some of them are really intense individuals, so I figured this was just more of the same. Fast forward to a day when I showed up to work 15 minutes late. I got caught in a traffic jam, and unfortunately there isn't really alternative routes to get to the store. I showed up, and Will was just standing in the meat cooler staring at me. He had a black apron on, covered in blood from cutting all morning, with a huge butcher knife still in his hand. I tried to apologize, but before I could speak, he put his hand up to silence me and said in his deep voice, "This will be the last time you're late. The last person to disrespect me." And he kind of paused for a moment and looked down to the ground, and then finished by saying, "Never mind, just don't be late again." The next few days he was very quiet, like something was bothering him. But to me, it was great not having to hear him complain about everything. He left early one day, and told me to just make sure I cut a few extra things and to clean the meat room. It was about 7 p.m., and I was about to call it a night and head home, until I noticed something. In the back corner of the meat cooler, we had what was called bone cans. This is a waste can where you dispose of the bones and trimmed fat. Coming out of the bottom of one of the cans was a small pool of blood. Now, ordinarily, this wouldn't be a huge deal, because I see this kind of thing a lot with my job. But this pool looked fresh, and the smell was really bad. I tried to move the can, and it was much heavier than it usually was. They get picked up once a week, but this week they were a day late for some reason. I took the lid off and almost passed out due to the smell. I also noticed meat in there that was a strange color, and again, a lot more blood than usual. I put the lid back and left that night trying to figure out what the heck was in that can and why it smelled so bad. I have been in this business for a long time, as I previously mentioned, and I've smelled bad meat before, but this was so bad. The next day I came in, and Will was standing in the cooler again. He looked really angry. He came at me with a crazed look in his eye and a knife in his hand again, and said, "What do you think you saw in that can, huh?" He started to poke my chest with his finger and say in a really hostile and defensive voice, "Come on, pal, tell me what you saw. I know you were digging, just tell me what you think you saw." His voice started to turn into a yell, and this is where I decided to call it quits. Once you put your hands on me, I am done. The crazy thing is, I don't even know how he knew I looked into the bone can. Maybe I left the lid ajar? I couldn't remember. I left, and he actually followed me to my car. Not to apologize, but to keep on hammering me about the bone can. I drove off and looked in my mirror, and he was standing in the parking lot, yelling to himself. Now the reality is, I didn't actually dig or even look in the can longer than a few seconds. I drove home immediately, and my wife, of course, supported me, and was happy to let me just spend the rest of the summer break with my son, being a stay-at-home dad. About a week after the incident where I quit, I was awoken in my recliner in the living room, close to 4 or 5 a.m. I was woken up by lights outside that had driven by the property. My wife was already gone for the day, and my son was sleeping. All the lights in the house were off, and I made my way to the window. There was a massive red pickup truck parked outside my house. Now the scary part is there was nobody inside the truck, and even though I couldn't make out a lot of the details, the truck looked like the one always parked outside of the grocery store. It was Will's truck. I went into my son's room and stayed there awake for the rest of the night. At about 7:30 a.m., I looked outside, and the truck was gone. For the next few nights, I saw that truck driving around the block, but I could not see the driver. I told my wife what I had been seeing, and she recommended perhaps we go back to the house in the city, as her current project was almost done anyway. A few weeks after being back in the city, I needed to head back to the lake to grab some of the items we forgot. When I got there, one of our windows was broken, and things were tossed around like someone had been inside the property. I did report this to local authorities, mostly to document the damage that had been done to the property. I know I don't have any proof that Will caused the damage, or that my family was actually in danger. I just know something was off about that guy. And I think next year we are planning to sell that property and find somewhere much further away from that area. Every summer for the past few years, a group of friends and I have traveled from our homes in Liverpool, in the UK, to Dumfries and Galloway in Scotland. Dumfries and Galloway is home to the largest continuous forest in the whole of the United Kingdom, Galloway Forest Park. It's about as wild as it gets for the UK, with some parts of the woods being so dense and overgrown that it's clear no one has stepped foot in them for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. Our yearly visits brought us peace, clarity, and a respect for nature. But last year's trip ended in one of the most horrifying and distressing incidents of my entire life. One that completely changed the way I see the world and the way I consider the human mind. Year in, year out, we would take an overnight coach up across the border, then hike out to a place called Loch Aber. The loch is a private fishing lake, supposedly reserved for members of a local fishing club who ensure that the waters are chock full of fish for them to catch, which makes it oh so easy for us to pull a quick, in-and-out raid to catch enough of the smaller roughy fish for our dinner. I'm serious. 45 minutes and we're golden. And take it from any fisherman, that is lightning speed for a half-decent catch. But last year, we decided we were tired of the same old digs and set our gazes further afield. A map told us that there was a similarly deep loch about 30 miles east, known as Loch D. We figured it would be a perfect fishing spot, and we were right. Sure, it wasn't as quick fire as the private members' lake, but it came with considerably less guilt. Everything was going perfect. That was until the second night, when in the middle of a campfire drinking session, one of my buddies jumped out of his seat and recoiled from the fire. "Who is that?" he asked, sort of calmly at first. Nothing more than cautious confusion. "Who's who?" "Who's who?" someone replied lazily. "Someone moving through the trees back there." He was pointing into the trees directly behind my back. I actually gave a hoot of sarcastic laughter at first, thinking he was trying to scare us. But the moment it became obvious that he was not messing around, a jolt of fear went through me, and I too leapt out of my seat, spun around, and shined my torch into the darkness. You could feel the tension among us rising as we desperately looked around for who he might have been talking about. Torch beams darted across the trees, inspecting every trunk or thicket of bushes. But there was nothing. No sign of the person my friend had seen. "Hello?" someone called out, immediately shushed by the rest of us. No one wanted to give away our position, but at the same time, we needed to know if there was anyone out there, watching us. But again, nothing. Just silence. "I think you've had a bit too much to drink, mate," I remember saying to the guy who's supposedly seen a figure walking through the trees. "I'm fine. I've barely touched that bells I brought. I swear I saw someone just then." "Like who?" someone asked. "Man, woman, young, old, what?" I don't know," he replied shakily. "But they were big. Really big." "Only big thing around here is your bloody imagination, mate. Now go and get your head down. It's been a long day." And it had, thanks to the overnight coach. No one really sleeps on the journey up to Scotland. I mean, they close their eyes, put some chill music through their earphones, but they never really sleep. So everyone ends up being pretty wrecked by the end of the first night. The next morning, we felt even worse. The first night after such a long journey is usually one where we sleep like the dead. But not that night. None of us could quite relax. Not with the possibility of having someone stalking us in the backs of our minds. Thankfully, we were only planning to fish that day, as we were really not in the mood for anything else, given how bloody exhausted we were. After breakfast, we marched down to the loch with our fishing gear. It's a gorgeous area. A crisp, blue lake ringed by hills. It's not unusual to get some really nice sunny days up in Scotland, too, especially during the summer. But that day, the sky was this horrible, grimy gray, like the sun had barely risen at all. I was tired, half soaked from the drizzle, barely even excited to be fishing for my dinner. I actually hoped for something exciting to happen, and for my sins, my wish came true. "Look!" one of us shouted. "Over there, other side of the loch. Oh my gosh, can you see that thing?" It was the same lad that had seen someone or something walking through the trees. "Where?" We were terrified. One sighting could have been his eyes playing tricks on him. Another couldn't possibly be a mistake. "There," he said, pointing. "Just on the other side. It came out of the trees for a moment and then disappeared again. Please tell me you saw that." "Mate, calm down. It's probably just—" "I know what I saw, and we need to get out of these bloody woods right now," he said, grabbing up his fishing gear in a panic. I remember him rushing off back to camp, one of the lads following him, still trying to calm him down. But it was impossible. He was manic, scared half to death by whatever had briefly emerged from the woods on the other side of the loch. I asked the other boys if they had seen anything. Each shook their head. None had any idea what he was talking about. But that didn't mean that we weren't just as freaked out over his outburst. We were supposed to stay for 7 full nights, but that second one was our last. We had managed to talk the lad who was panicking down, convince him to stay a few nights more at the very least. We'd come all this way, and I wasn't about to let one of us just leave because they had a wee scare or something. But it didn't end there either. In the middle of the night, the lad that had been seeing something burst out of his tent, waking each of us up before asking, "Can you hear that?" There was silence. Dead silence. I mean, I strained my ears trying to hear what had him so spooked, but I heard nothing. Just the rustling of a few sleeping bags as confused blokes sat up awake. He was scratching at his own ears, gritting his teeth, rocking back and forth in the dirt as the sound seemed to completely overwhelm him. That's the exact moment I realized. I think the same moment everyone else picked up on it too. That there was no noise. There was no monster. It was all in his head. He was experiencing a psychotic break. And it was all in his head. As a man visiting Las Vegas for a business trip, I had experienced the glitz and glamour of the city, but little did I know that my time there would take a very dark turn. It all began when I found myself trapped in an elevator in a seemingly abandoned parking garage, plunging me into a nightmare from which escape was not possible, at least for a time. My car was parked in a parking structure that was semi-nearby the strip, but seemed somehow, with everything going on in the city, to be abandoned. There was nobody around. Walking through the dark parking garage, I stepped into the elevator, grateful for a moment of solitude before heading back to my hotel. But as the doors closed, a very creepy and eerie silence enveloped me. The elevator descended smoothly, but as it reached the lower levels of the parking garage, a sudden jolt shook the elevator. Everything came to a crashing halt. Panic overwhelmed me as I realized what had happened. The elevator just stopped. I had done nothing. I had not pressed any buttons. It just stopped on its own. I pressed every single button, hoping for some kind of a response. But the elevator remained still and dark, unmoving. Sweat trickled down my forehead and my neck as my heart pounded. The air was stifling. The confined space I found myself in instantly became a prison. I reached for my cell phone, desperate to call someone to let them know my situation, only to discover, of course, there was no signal at all. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I was completely cut off and trapped. There was nothing I could do. Fear rose within me, squeezing tighter at my innards with every passing second. If you think that you're claustrophobic, you have no idea what that truly means. The silence and the helplessness was absolutely overwhelming, to a point that you cannot believe. The silence was only broken by the sound of my breath. I banged on the walls and screamed for help, but there was no one. No one at all. It was as if the world had abandoned me. My mind spiraled into very dark places as 1 or 2 hours crawled by, the slowest hours of my life. Shadows danced on the ceiling, morphing into grotesque figures that taunted my imagination. Panic started to reach a peak when I started to think about my family, my little girls, my parents, and my wife. Time lost all meaning, each second stretching into an eternity. But then, in the midst of this darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged. The elevator jolted to life on its own, its doors slowly opening. Relief washed over me like you would never be able to understand. The darkness beyond the elevator beckoned. Make no mistake, this parking garage was terrifying, dark, abandoned, but I could not wait to enter the darkness if it meant getting out of this elevator. Cautiously, I stepped out into the very dimly lit space. After walking through the garage, I found an exit. Finally, I burst through the doors and emerged in the glow of streetlights, gasping for breath. All the colors around me seemed more vibrant than they ever had before. As I made my way slowly back to my hotel, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had done this to me on purpose. Paranoia, of course. It was just an old elevator. To this day, the memory of those agonizing couple hours trapped in the elevator haunts me, almost to where I need to see someone for it. I take the stairs, from now on, everywhere I go. The sun was going down. I was at my favorite fishing spot. I maneuvered my boat through the lake, looking for the perfect spot for a nice evening of fishing. The water beneath me seemed darker than usual. It was gloomy outside, with thick clouds casting a somber tone across the sky. I casted my line into the depths. I felt a surge of excitement and anticipation, as I always did. As I settled into a comfortable position on my boat, the stillness of the lake was embracing. The air was heavy, and a sense of solitude surrounded me. But I welcomed this. Finding solace in the quiet embrace of nature was my absolute favorite. Time seemed to always slip away, and I lost myself in the rhythm of casting and reeling. The light slowly faded from the sky, followed by an eerie ambiance that settled upon the landscape around me. My focus shifted from my fishing rod to my surroundings, my senses heightening as the tension in the air grew palpable. The wind whispered through the trees, creating an unsettling melody that reverberated through the silence. Suddenly, a ripple disrupted the tranquil surface of the lake, jolting me up from the focus of what I was doing. My eyes widened, and I scanned the water, searching for the source of the disturbance. A huge fish? Something else? Wait, there, in the distance, I caught a glimpse of a figure. Someone standing waist deep in the water. My heart stopped for a second, and a chill crawled across my back. I strained my eyes to see more clearly, trying to make out the details of this mysterious person. The man was wearing faded blue jeans and a worn-out cowboy hat. He was casting a dark silhouette against the darkening sky. A sense of unease washed over me as I contemplated his presence here at the lake. I started to move my boat closer to the man, and I could see that his face was partially obscured by his hat. His features seemed weathered from far away. etched with lines that told stories of a difficult life. A mix of intrigue and apprehension flooded my mind as I wondered who he was and why he was here. He was just standing there, staring at me. I cautiously called out, my voice echoing. Hello? Can I help you?" Silence hung in the air, and the man remained motionless, his gaze fixed on me. Shivers ran across my body as a sense of foreboding intensified. I began to question whether it was wise to approach this guy, but curiosity got the better of me. I went closer, the water lapping against the sides of my boat. As I drew near, a gust of wind swept over my boat, traveled across the lake, and was rustling the trees. The man's eyes locked with mine, and then a chilling smile crept across his face. Fear hit me like a ton of bricks, urging me to turn around, but a voice inside told me to stay put. Something was off about this, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something beyond my understanding. Summoning all my courage, I called out once again. My voice was trembling this time. "Can I help you? Why are you staring at me?" The man's voice was low and raspy. He whispered a single word. "Beware." His haunting eyes never left mine as the wind carried this word across the lake at me, leaving me with more questions than answers. This was all I needed to hear. I needed to leave right now. With a trembling hand, I turned my boat around, rowing back to the safety of the shore on the other side. The stranger's presence lingered in my mind, a specter that would not leave me. As I drove away and left the lake behind, I couldn't help but think about the true nature of this guy, what he was doing there, why he was staring at me, and what that one word meant. Honestly, this encounter left me forever changed, and I know that some secrets are better left undisturbed, and some are most definitely hidden in the depths of that lake. I was a typical teenager, always up for an adventure and eager to make awesome memories with my friends. One weekend, my friend Lucas invited me to spend the night at his house. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent sleepover would turn into an absolute nightmare that would haunt me for years, up to this very day. Lucas lived with his grandmother in an old, creaky house that was right out of the stuff of nightmares. The house was located on the edge of town. This place had an eerie aura, with an overgrown garden, cracked windows, the works. But I brushed it off because he was a good friend. I was excited for a night of video games and junk food. As the evening came, Lucas and I settled into his room, surrounded by video game posters and gaming consoles. Laughter filled the air as we embarked on virtual adventures and fights, and I was blissfully unaware of the darkness that awaited me. A few hours passed, and exhaustion eventually caught up with us. We decided to call it a night, and Lucas turned over in his bed as I settled into my sleeping bag on the floor, eager to drift off into dreamland. The house grew quiet and still. The night cast its shadow over the old walls through the window. As I lay there, my eyelids growing heavier, a strange tapping sound broke the silence completely. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but then the tapping continued, growing more insistent with each passing second. Confused and a little unnerved at this point, I peered out into the darkness, trying to locate the source of the sound. To my absolute terror, I saw a figure standing right outside the window. They were illuminated by the moonlight. It was Lucas's grandmother, her frail form hunched over, her eyes locked directly onto me. In that moment, icy blood ran through my veins as she continued to tap on the glass, her gnarled fingers creating an eerie rhythm. I could not tear my gaze away, drawn to the intensity of her gaze and the unsettling smile that slowly crept across her wrinkled face. "Please go to sleep," she started repeating, her voice in a haunting whisper. Her words echoed in the stillness of the night, dripping with a strange mix of urgency and desperation. I stumbled backward. My heart was now pounding in my chest. What exactly was happening? Why was Lucas's grandmother outside, tapping on the window in the middle of the night? And why was she asking me to go to sleep? Honestly, you cannot imagine the fear that I felt in this moment. With trembling hands, I mustered every ounce of courage I had to approach the window one more time, my curiosity overpowering my fear. Somehow, I peered outside, my breath catching in my throat. Lucas's grandmother still there, the smile widened, revealing her yellowed teeth, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "Please go to sleep," she repeated, her voice now laced with a hint of malice. Her words no longer seemed like a simple plea. They held an unspoken threat, of which I was not sure. Frantic thoughts raced through my mind. Should I wake up my friend? Should I call the cops? I was so uncertain of what to do, unable to comprehend this bizarre situation that I found myself in. I stood there frozen in fear, Lucas's grandmother tapping louder and louder. It got to a point that it seemed like she was trying to break the glass, in an effort to break the barrier between us, to climb inside the window with me. Desperate, I turned away, my heart now pounding in my ears. I finally decided to wake up Lucas, shaking him violently. I tried to explain what was happening, but as I turned around, ready to show him his twisted grandmother standing in the window, she was gone. Confusion landed on Lucas's face as he scanned the empty yard. He assured me that his grandmother was bedridden and could not possibly be outside. As far as he knew, she couldn't even walk. I could see the doubt in his eyes, the disbelief that shadowed his expression. Together we searched the house, every creak of the floorboards echoing through the silence. We slowly crept down the hall to his grandmother's room. When Lucas pushed the door open, we saw her lying in bed, snoring, as if she had not moved in hours or even days. That night, sleep completely eluded me. The memory of the tapping, the haunting smile of Lucas's grandmother, it just played on a loop in my mind. I almost decided to just leave right then and there. I wondered if it had all been a nightmare, but the fear that gripped me, it was just too real. I knew that it really happened. Over the years, that night stayed with me. A mark etched into my memory that I can never forget, and honestly, I still have nightmares about it to this day. I never found an explanation for what happened. It remained an enigma, a terrifying encounter that left me questioning dreams versus reality. To this day, of course, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I had fallen asleep. I really don't want to think about it. What did she have planned, if anything? What was she doing outside? Was she up to something sinister? Or was she just trying to terrify me? Of course, I'll never know. I'll be thinking about it for the rest of my life. I am an urban explorer from Scotland, over in the UK, and I have been involved in the urbex community for coming up on 15 years. I have probably explored more than 500 abandoned places over the years, and at least 99% of them are exactly what you would expect. Run-down houses, factories, and hospitals. Creepy enough to make for amazing photography, but nothing remotely sinister about them. Honestly, the number one feeling you get from urbex is kind of sadness, especially when the site in question is an old Gothic building that's more deserving of investment, not demolition. I have been to pretty much every stereotypically creepy place you can imagine. Old Victorian hospitals, haunted stately homes in the middle of nowhere, several morgues and operating theaters, abandoned graveyards, creepy basements and tunnels, you name it, and I have explored it. But one place was different from all the others. Out of all the other places I've explored, only one genuinely scared me. A bit of background information. We absolutely adore finding new places, but it's not exactly easy. It takes a lot of research, and we get most of our locations from Google Maps, news articles, land registries, and the obvious shares from other members of the urbex set. So often, unless someone has left a kind of urbex review, we don't know what a place will be like before we turn up. Sometimes they're sealed, empty, or demolished, and sometimes I wish this place had been like any of those. We would have turned up, found the place inaccessible, and simply gone home, or found a little place to drink our disappointment away. A lot of the time, my urbex pals and I will organize a kind of day trip, something to look forward to and bring relief from the stresses of our boring and stressful jobs. We'll go about visiting a certain town or city that has a few potential urbex sites, and then explore them all throughout the course of a day. We get a hotel, find a few nice places to eat, but it also helps to socialize with the locals a little bit. After a few pints, even the most hard-hearted of people will spill the beans on derelict buildings in the area. This one place was the last abandoned building of the trip. It was getting dark and rainy, as it often does in rural Scotland, but we decided to push on and get a few photos before sundown. We had kind of a long drive to get to the hotel, so we couldn't just put it off until the following day. At first, it didn't even seem abandoned, just a church in the middle of a very well-kept cemetery. My friend assured me that from his research, it definitely was not in use, and I was pretty keen to get inside, because abandoned churches can make beautiful photos. Only by this point, we were losing daylight at a rapid rate. We would have to get in there if we wanted to make use of the last of natural light. iPhone camera flashes just do not make for good photos. Only natural light produces the kind of results that get noticed on photography forums. The rotten back door of the church was wide open. Old paint was peeling in patches from the splintering wood. It was hardly the most inviting entrance, but it was the only visible way of getting into the building. One by one, making sure there was no one around to report us for trespassing, we made our way inside. Side note, a lot of urbex enthusiasts talk a good game about climbing into places, through open or broken windows, onto roofs to find service hatches and all that. I can categorically say that climbing an abandoned site is definitely not a good idea. From experience, the fastest way to the emergency room is to try climbing something that is literally falling apart. Inside, we came to what appeared to be a small kitchen. I am not remotely religious, so it did kind of surprise me that whoever the priest was actually used to live in the church too. That kind of dedication to something so intangible is just beyond me, but I suppose that's why they call it faith. The kitchen naturally led onto a small corridor before opening up into the main church hall. That was the last time we spoke, for a long, long time. There were beautifully colorful stained glass windows, albeit a little grimy from the abandonment, but that's not what drew our eyes. A distinctly uneasy feeling overtook us as we saw just what was laid out in the hall before us. I, for one, was completely at a loss for words, while one of my friends went deathly pale, as if he had seen an actual ghost in that old church. Instead of the standard empty pews and religious iconography, the interior of the church was filled with children's toys. They were stuffed neatly and uniformly into every pew, all facing the same way, forever listening to some silent sermon. All of the children's toys and dolls were worn and filthy, in a creepy kind of style that kids' toys haven't been made since like the 70s or 80s. There were little ornate strollers and matchbox cars, all facing the same way, towards the empty priest's podium. It dawned on me that since there were no toys there, whoever had arranged them this way had stood at the podium and admired their handiwork. There was also a kind of bedroom area, one bed having been clearly made up for a child and surrounded by children's books. No adult-sized beds. Not a single one. So I don't think it was anything like a homeless family squatting there. How long they had been there was anyone's guess. But one thing was clear. Whatever the reason these toys were arranged like this, it was not a good or pure one. We left the place, still in silence, too creeped out to discuss the scene, as we drove back to the hotel we were staying at. The mood of the whole day had changed in mere moments. It was still too raw to try to make sense of the things that we had just seen. Despite outward appearances, the place was collapsing inside. A huge hole in the floor had formed, and dampness was setting in so much evidence of the toys. The bed and the sinister atmosphere may well be lost or buried soon. I don't know if anyone else has discovered this place or knows what happened, but it's not somewhere I'll ever return to. I refuse to share the location, even with my closest explorer friends, for fear if they visit, they'll run into whoever had arranged those toys into a ghostly congregation. In the small town of Clinton, Missouri, a chilling mystery unfolded on the evening of April 4th, 1991. Angela Hammond, a 20-year-old woman full of life and promise, vanished without a trace, leaving the community bewildered and haunted by unanswered questions. At approximately 11:45, Angela Hammond found herself at the intersection of Jefferson Street and Main Street, near a local grocery store. She was talking to her boyfriend, Rob, on a payphone, sharing her concern about a suspicious pickup truck that had been circling the area. In a heart-stopping turn of events, a stocky, bearded man approached Angela's car, violently yanking her from the safety of the payphone, talking to her boyfriend. Angela's instinct for survival kicked in as she screamed for assistance, pleading for Rob to come help her. Panic filled her voice as she described the unfolding nightmare to Rob. Rob was completely helpless to do anything. Witnesses reported hearing Angela's desperate cries for help reverberating through the night, leaving an indelible mark on their memory. Rob, stricken with fear and an overwhelming desire to rescue his girlfriend, raced to the scene in a matter of minutes. Upon arrival, he witnessed a scene of chaos and confusion. In a valiant attempt to save Angela, he spotted a vehicle matching her description, passing him going the opposite direction. He swears he saw her in that vehicle, screaming for help. Without hesitation, Rob chased the vehicle, his adrenaline pumping and his heart pounding. In the midst of his relentless pursuit, his vehicle failed. His engine died. The truck vanished into the night, leaving Rob heartbroken and filled with a profound sense of helplessness. The ensuing investigation into Angela Hammond's abduction left investigators grasping at straws as they diligently pursued any lead that might unveil the truth. Law enforcement agencies meticulously analyzed evidence, interviewed witnesses, and conducted extensive searches in hopes of finding Angela or unearthing vital clues. However, despite their relentless efforts, the case took on an eerie air of perplexity as no substantial breakthroughs materialized. As Angela's case garnered attention, several theories emerged, each adding a layer of complexity to the already bewildering circumstances surrounding her abduction. One prevailing theory suggests that Angela fell victim to a random act of violence perpetrated by an opportunistic predator lurking in the community. The swift nature of the attack and the absence of an apparent motive lend credence to this theory. Another line of inquiry focused on the possibility of Angela being targeted by someone she knew. The motive behind such an act could range from unresolved grudges to personal vendettas, raising unsettling questions about the dark side of her relationships. A more sinister theory suggests Angela's abduction may have been connected to a larger network involved in human trafficking or organized crime. The location of the incident near a busy intersection fuels speculations of a well-coordinated operation, where Angela's disappearance serves as a tragic piece in a larger criminal puzzle. The tight-knit community of Clinton rallied around Angela's family, offering support, prayers, and comfort during their darkest hours. Vigils, fundraisers, and awareness campaigns served as a testament to the community's unwavering commitment to finding Angela and seeking justice on her behalf. The bonds forged in the wake of this tragedy continue to endure as the community refuses to let Angela's memory fade into oblivion. Despite the passage of time, Angela Hammond's case remains an open investigation. Law enforcement agencies, in collaboration with seasoned cold case investigators, periodically revisit the evidence, re-interview witnesses, and explore new leads as technology and forensic techniques advance. The hope for a breakthrough remains steadfast, fueled by an enduring belief that answers will eventually surface. The abduction of Angela Hammond has etched itself into the annals of true crime, leaving a lasting impact on the community of Clinton and all those touched by this enigmatic case. As we grapple with the unanswered questions and search for justice, let us remember Angela's bright spirit and the indomitable resolve of those committed to unearthing the truth. The disappearance of Angela Hammond stands as a haunting reminder that evil can strike when least expected. The quest for answers and justice persists as we honor Angela's memory and stand united in the pursuit of truth. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood before the rusted gates of the amusement park. The moon was casting an ethereal glow over the decaying structures and rides, heightening the sense of mystery and excitement that lingered. Glancing at my friends, Jackson, Paul, and Joey, I could see the same mixture of excitement on their faces. "Are you sure about this, Barry?" Jackson asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I've heard stories about this place, man," I replied, my voice filled with determination. "People say it's haunted. I don't really believe in that stuff, but look how awesome this looks. We have to go check it out." Paul chimed in, his voice wavering slightly. "Yeah, but what if those stories are true, man? What if there really is something lurking in there? Joey, always the optimist of the group, interjected. Come on, guys, where's your sense of adventure? We'll be fine. Stop being such weenies. It's just an amusement park. With flashlights in hand, we pushed open the gates and stepped onto the forgotten paths of the amusement park. This place was long since abandoned on the edge of town. Overgrown weeds everywhere, rats, puddles of murky, disgusting water, the works. The sound of our footsteps echoed, mingling with the faint whispers of the wind. It was as if the very essence of this place clung to the air, filling us with an awesome sense of adventure, and at the same time, unease. As we made our way past dilapidated rides, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine, but of course I didn't say anything to my friends. I didn't want them to think that I was the biggest weenie of the group. It was as if unseen eyes were watching us. That's what it felt like. It felt like someone, or multiple people, were watching us as we walked through slowly. Rusted metal and weathered wood exuding the haunting presence. Whoa, did you guys feel that? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Paul nodded, his eyes darting around. Despite the eerie atmosphere, we pressed on, our curiosity getting the better of us. This was a forgotten playground to a group of teenagers, an absolute fright night. Each step brought us closer to the heart of the park, where memories of laughter and joy once thrived. It was extremely eerie. Amidst the decaying remnants, we stumbled upon a forgotten booth with a sign that said, Fortune Teller. Of course, our collective curiosity piqued, and we could not resist exploring this place. We stepped into the booth. A rush of icy cold air brushed against my face, sending shivers down my arms. Dust-covered tapestries adorned the walls, and a crystal ball rested atop a worn table, covered in mud. Joey's eyes widened. Guys, let's see what the fortune teller has to say about our adventure. Jackson hesitated and then said, You guys, I really want to go. I don't like this. Let's just go. Paul and Joey were already picking up the deck of tarot cards. Reluctantly, Jackson joined us around the table, and we began to shuffle the deck. The air felt heavy with anticipation as we approached the table. The worn edges and faded illustrations spoke of countless readings from the past. With a mixture of fascination and apprehension, we shuffled, our hands trembling. As we drew some cards, their meaning seemed to take on a life of its own. We all were taking this very seriously, when I feel like normally, we would laugh at this kind of thing. The room grew still. A hushed silence settled. The cards revealed fragments of the past, prophecies and warnings. Joey's eyes widened upon flipping one card. Guys, it says that we're in danger. Jackson scoffed. Oh my gosh, we need to leave. You don't believe that, do you? Paul looked at me, his expression very serious. Maybe we should leave, man. Before we could say another word, we heard a loud crash outside. As we rushed out, the beams of our flashlights could be seen frantically searching for whatever made the noise. A ride had somehow toppled over, its skeletal structure collapsing. As we left the booth, the feeling of being watched was now more intense. It was no longer just a product of our imagination. We were sure somebody else was here with us. We quickened our pace, our footsteps echoing urgently as we navigated the decaying rides and crumbling attractions. I will admit, this was exciting and fun, but at the same time terrifying, and I was getting close to the point where I was ready to leave. The park seemed to have a life of its own now, a malevolent force that reveled in our fear. I glanced at my friends, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and excitement just like mine. We shared a silent understanding that we needed to stick together and see this out. The sound of our breaths, ragged and unsteady, mingled with the distant howls of the wind. We turned a corner, and suddenly, a chilling scream pierced through the night. It was Joey, his voice filled with pure terror. We sprinted towards the sound, adrenaline coursing through our veins. As we reached Joey's location, we found him standing frozen in front of an old carousel, his eyes fixated on something beyond our sight. We followed his gaze, our hearts absolutely throbbing in our chests. There, illuminated by the moonlight, stood two figures barely visible in the darkness. Their silhouettes seemed distorted, like their forms were shifting and contorting. I think it's time to go," Jackson stammered, his voice barely audible. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as we realized they were probably not here to play. A cold breeze whispered through the air, carrying with it a message, a very chilling message. Our presence in this place was no longer acceptable. Without warning, the figures ran off into the darkness, blending into the night like phantoms. We dashed through the park, our footsteps pounding against the cracked pavement. Fear fueled our every step, propelling us forward as we desperately sought the exit from this nightmarish place. But no matter how fast we ran, it seemed like the pursuers behind us were right on our tails. "Split up!" I shouted, my voice filled with a mix of urgency and desperation. "We need to find a place to hide." We scattered in different directions, disappearing into the maze of broken rides. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I found myself ducking behind a decaying concession stand, my breath shallow and rapid. I felt like my lungs were going to burst. The air was thick with tension. In the darkness, my ears strained. I was listening for any sign of my friends. It was deafening, broken only by the distant creaks and groans of the park. I wondered what fate had befallen my friends, Jackson, Joey, and Paul. Suddenly, a noise caught my attention, a rustling of the leaves behind me. My heart raced as I peeked around the corner, my eyes widening. Just a few feet away stood one of the people. His eyes gleamed malevolently, a sinister smile on his face. In that moment, it became clear. These two people were here to hurt us, or scare the daylights out of us. I cannot be sure which, but panic surged through me as I realized I had been found. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted through the darkness, desperately trying to outrun the person behind me. His footsteps echoing, growing closer with each second. Adrenaline bursting through my veins, I pushed my body to its limits. The fear I felt gave me strength that I have never had in my life. I ran faster than I ever had before, up until this very day. Finally, I saw the rusted gate at the edge of the park. I reached it. I threw myself over it, praying the person would not catch my ankle as I did so. To my relief, I turned around, and there was no one behind me. My friends were nowhere to be seen. The pursuer was nowhere to be seen. I could only wonder what was happening to my friends. I stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what I should do. Should I go back for them? Or should I play it safe and just leave, hoping that I would meet them at Jackson's house later? In the chaos and darkness of this, we had been separated, and it was my fault. I told us to split up, each of us forced to confront the lurking terrors of the park alone. I made it back to Jackson's house, and he was not there. I had no choice but to go home. I spent the night tossing and turning, trying to get a hold of my friends, but I failed. I was terrified to tell my parents what happened. In the morning, I tried again and failed to reach any of my friends. I finally realized I had to tell my parents what happened. They, of course, were extremely upset and called the police. It turns out, none of my friends made it home that night. The authorities conducted an investigation, but the mystery of their disappearance is still unsolved to this day. It was as if they had been swallowed by the malevolent presence that haunted that place. Rumors spread among the locals, whispering tales of the cursed amusement park and the souls that were claimed. I should have listened. Some said that the shadowy figures that we saw were vengeful spirits, but I saw one of their faces up close. It was just a person. I have no idea what they were doing there. I have no idea what happened to my friends. I carry their memory with me, a constant reminder every day, and I do mean every single day, of the horrors we faced there. As for the abandoned park, it still stands as a haunting reminder of the unknown and the terrors that lie hidden beneath the surface of our world. Its gates remained closed, a warning to all: do not attempt what we did that night. The echoes of our screams and the whispers of the unseen still reverberate through the air. A couple years ago, I drove there, sat in the parking lot overlooking the abandoned park, wondering if any of my friends were still in there. But none of them were ever found. Sometimes I think about returning, by myself with a flashlight, entering the park, in an attempt to take back the order that I shouted at them, to split up, to find them all, to escape this place, all four of us together, the way that we should have that night. This story is true about what my husband experienced one summer in the mid-90s while working as a groundskeeper at a camp for kids. It was the early 90s, and at the time, my husband, Eddie, he had just passed his 19th birthday. He hadn't yet decided whether or not he wanted to go to college. He had recently lost touch with most of his high school friends, and as such, didn't have much planned for the summer. So, when the offer to be a live-in groundskeeper at a children's day camp came his way, Eddie was happy to take the opportunity. He lived in a rural area of Ontario, so the camp, surrounded by trees and having its own small lake, was both secluded enough to have peace and quiet, but not so far away that he couldn't manage a trip home on the off days. While the seclusion wasn't geographically extreme, once everyone left on Friday afternoons, all the children gone, the day staff back home to their families, the place was actually really eerie. This was magnified by the fact that at the time, Eddie didn't have a car, and the only phone was about a 20-minute walk from his tiny cabin at the back of the property, along a dark dirt path. This meant that most evenings and weekends were spent next to a campfire, or inside the cabin with the door locked, listening to loud music and having a few drinks. Usually, the property was really quiet, and it would actually get boring out there with no one to talk to and nothing to do. Eddie once told me that he would pass the time by canoeing around the tiny lake, which was more like a large pond, and catching every turtle he could find. He would place them in the bottom of the canoe, with some water and lily pads so they were comfortable. Then, once he caught everyone he could find, he would canoe to different parts of the lake and put them back, one by one. So obviously, there wasn't much going on in the area. It was one quiet night where, despite how peaceful it seemed, there was definitely something happening in those trees and fields. The night started like any other. It was a warm Saturday in Ontario, which meant that the bugs were biting, and you could drown in the humidity. It was getting toward the end of the summer, and Eddie had gotten into the weekly routine, cleaning and fixing things around the camp during the weekdays, then wandering around the property on the weekends. This Saturday had started off no different than the others. Eddie had done a quick security sweep of the area in the morning to make sure nothing was amiss, then spent the afternoon paddling around the lake catching turtles. A few hours before sundown, Eddie was back at his cabin and had built a nice campfire. He always made sure to start the fire before dark. On this Saturday, Eddie had spent the evening cooking a meal over the fire and reading his favorite Stephen King novel, The Stand. He had listened to the weather forecast on the little cabin radio earlier that morning and was aware there was a chance of some nasty thunderstorms that night. He was keeping a close eye on the wind and the clouds as night rolled in, knowing that even this far north, the heat and humidity was known to give rise to fearsome tornadoes every few years. Not long after he finished his meal, the sky turned dark and the wind began to pick up. Eddie doused his fire and was starting to pack up his book and his dishes when he heard something moving through the brush. He stopped and listened for a moment. The rustling continued, but figuring it was a raccoon or a deer, Eddie went about his business, more concerned with the approaching storm. Once in the cabin, Eddie locked the door and felt a little more secure. He turned on the single unshaded light bulb that hung above the sink. The rickety cabin wasn't much. It had no bathroom and no stove, just a mini fridge, a sink, a hot plate, and a musty old bed. As rickety as it was, it still had a lock on the door, and the only window was too small for a person to fit through without a struggle. Soon, Eddie was getting settled back in with his book. It wasn't long before the rustling sound he had heard outside returned, but this time, it sounded like something was brushing up against the outside wall of the cabin. Still thinking it was just an animal, Eddie tried to keep his attention on his book. The curtains on the window were closed, so he could not see outside, but he knew it was dark and thought that he heard the distant rumbling of thunder. The rustling and brushing sound was right outside his door now. He wasn't sure, but he thought he had heard the handle jiggle a little bit. Suddenly, the rustling turned to a crashing, and it sounded like 2 or 3 people were running away from the cabin. This startled Eddie, causing him to drop his book. "Oh, maybe that wasn't a deer," Eddie thought out loud. He stood up and hesitated. What was he going to do? Part of his job was to watch out for trespassers and notify them that they had to leave, if he found any. Usually this was an easy job. He had only run into this a couple times, and both occasions it was a group of local kids taking a nighttime swim in the pond. Usually, he scared them more than they scared him. Thinking this was probably the case once again, the local kids having found his cabin and deciding to play a bit of a prank on him, Eddie grabbed his keys and his flashlight and headed for the door. He could hear the wind howling and the rain starting to tap on the roof. Not quite a downpour yet. He took a deep breath and was about to open the door when he heard a gentle tapping on the window. This was obviously not rain. The hairs on his arms stood at attention. His blood ran cold, even in the stuffy and sweltering heat of late July. He was frozen with his hand on the doorknob, not even breathing. Something in his stomach was telling him to remain completely still, and whatever he did, do not open the door. After a few minutes, the tapping had not returned. The rain was coming down harder now, and Eddie began to breathe again. He let go of the doorknob and immediately turned off the light. He quietly got under the covers, not even bothering to take his shoes off or put back the large metal flashlight, in case whatever it was came back. Eventually, he fell asleep. The next morning, Eddie awoke and felt no sign of the eerie presence from the night before. He got up and immediately noticed that the storm had passed, and the morning sun was shining through the curtains. Groggy and a bit shaken, Eddie splashed some water on his face and began to rummage through the fridge for something to eat. He was just debating whether he wanted to cook his eggs and bacon over the fire, or if the firewood was too damp, when there was a loud knock at the door. Eddie jumped and almost soiled himself. No one has ever shown up unannounced way out here on a Saturday. "Eddie, it's Jim, your mom's friend from work. Are you in there?" Eddie recognized the voice. His mom worked in dispatch for the local police department. Eddie, being a bit of a troublemaker in a small town, knew the members of the force both from family barbecues and from his own personal run-ins. Eddie let out a breath and relaxed a bit. But then it hit him. Why was Jim out here so early on a Saturday? Thinking something might be wrong at home, Eddie rushed to the door and unlocked it. "Hey, Jim, is everything okay? Why are you out here?" "Morning, Eddie. Everything's fine. But your mom sent me to pick you up and bring you home this morning." Jim looked around the cabin. He was in his uniform, and Eddie could make out his cruiser a few yards away. Eddie noticed Jim was subconsciously fingering his weapon. "I think you're mistaken, man. I'm not supposed to be going home until next weekend, and Mom said that she was going to come out here to pick me up." Eddie took a step back and watched Jim's face as he surveyed the tiny cabin. "I know that was the original plan, man, but we all think it's best that you get your things and come with me." Jim stood in the door with the face of a man who was not to be questioned. The hairs on Eddie's arms stood up, and he had no choice but to agree and begin to pack up his belongings. As they packed the car, Eddie could have sworn he saw a set of shoe prints that made a trail around his cabin. After driving in silence for a few minutes, Jim casually began asking Eddie what he had been up to last night. "Did you go out at all or just stay by the fire?" Jim asked, his eyes watching Eddie through the rearview mirror. "I was by the fire, but then I went inside when it started to rain. That storm was starting, so I didn't want to be caught out in it, you know? It must get a bit creepy out there all alone during a storm," Jim said. That's when Eddie remembered the tapping at the window and the strange rustling sounds. "Actually, it's usually fine, but last night I got a bit of a scare, actually. Just as the storm was starting, I think an animal or something was walking around my site. Probably a coyote or a fox that smelled my supper." Eddie's eyes locked with Jim's. "Did you see anything?" Jim asked. "No, at first I thought it was some of the local kids that I had kicked out of the lake a couple weeks ago. I thought maybe they were playing a bit of a prank on me in return. But the rain was starting to pick up, so I decided to stay in the cabin and just pretend I didn't notice." Not wanting to sound like a wimp in front of one of his mom's coworkers in the force, Eddie lied about the chills that he had experienced. "That's probably for the better," Jim said. "They usually go away if you ignore them." The rest of the ride was silent. Eddie drifted to sleep for a little while, and when he awoke, they were pulling into the driveway of his parents' house. His mom was standing on the front steps when they got there. "Eddie," his mom called as he was getting out of the car. "Come inside. I have coffee and breakfast ready." "Thanks, Mom. Just let me get my things from the trunk." "Just leave them for now. Jim's going to join us for breakfast. You can get your things after we talk." His mom turned and disappeared into the house. A little confused but hungry from having missed the morning meal, Eddie shrugged and walked toward the house. Jim locked the car and followed close behind. Eddie sat at the kitchen table and was greeted with a plate of hot pancakes with bacon and a fresh cup of coffee. Eddie began to eat, but noticed that Jim and his mom were only drinking coffee. After a couple minutes of pleasantries, Eddie was starting to get annoyed. "Why did you pick me up early, Mom? And if you're home, why did you send Jim out to get me? What's going on?" "Eddie," his mother said, nice and calm, yet firm, in the way only a mother can, as she rested her hand on his arm. He stopped and looked at her. What she said next still gives my husband a pit in his stomach to this day. 3 people were found dead within a mile of that camp early this morning, just as the storm was clearing. The words sounded distant in Eddie's ears. "What do you mean? Like a car accident?" Eddie was confused, but starting to get nervous. A man was found dead at the bottom of a radio tower a half a mile up the road. We don't know how he got in there, but it looks like he tried to climb it and fell off. Eddie's eyes widened. About a half a mile in the other direction, a young man and woman about your age, Eddie, were also found dead. The woman was in the house and the man was found in the backyard. They were both stabbed to death. We found no evidence of a break-in. Jim told this part of the story. He watched Eddie to gauge his reaction. Suddenly, Eddie's pancakes didn't taste so good, and he felt a knot build in his stomach. So you came to get me because you were afraid I might be dead too? Eddie said this slowly and looked at both his mother and Officer Jim. Did you hear or see anything strange last night? His mother tightened the grip on his arm and looked into his eyes. He glanced at Officer Jim, who gave an emotionless stare back. Yeah, I was telling Jim that I heard what I thought was like an animal rummaging around the fire after I went to bed. It didn't go away, and I thought it might have been some local kids or something. I was gonna go check it out, but the rain was so heavy, and I thought they would just go away if I stayed inside and just ignored them. Thank God you did. Eddie's mom hugged him and tried her best to hold back tears. Eddie hugged his mom back, his breath shallow from the shock. Had he almost been one of the victims of this murder? Had the murderer tried to hide out at the camp after brutally slaying the young couple up the road? If Eddie had not gone inside when he did, would he have been murdered while he sat by his fire? Eddie's thoughts were spinning so fast that he didn't even notice Jim get up and leave. It was a half an hour later when his mother calmed down enough for Eddie to realize that Jim had driven off with his things. Oh, Mom, you need to call Jim. My things are in his car. I'll call the station and let them know. Eddie's mom didn't seem surprised that Jim had left without saying goodbye. She just went to the phone and called the station. Hi, Gail, it's Penny. Eddie was wondering when Jim will be back with his bags. At the time, Eddie didn't notice that his mother did not have to explain the situation to her coworkers and dispatch. Wouldn't they be wondering why Jim had Eddie's bags in the car? Jim eventually came back on his way home after his shift. He dropped Eddie's stuff off, gave him a squeeze on the shoulder, and said, "Take care of yourself, kid. It was smart of you not to open that door last night." It wasn't until looking back on the incident 5 years later that Eddie realized Jim had come to pick him up for two reasons. Either, after receiving the call about the 3 deaths, they were all afraid that Eddie, out there alone, with no way to call for help, met the same fate as the poor souls who lost their lives during that storm. Or, Eddie himself had been the one who had stabbed a young man and his wife to death in their home before murdering a 3rd victim near a radio tower in the field adjacent to the camp. Eddie is not certain, but when he thinks about the story, he seems to remember when he got his bags back, they were not packed in the same way he had left them. He is convinced that his mother and the officers thought that he had been the perpetrator of the terrible crimes committed that stormy July night in southwestern Ontario. They never did end up finding the killer. What you are about to read is both a confession and an apology. I don't know how much time I have, so I will keep it as short as I can. I was coming back home from work a few nights ago. It was dark and I was tired from my shift, when suddenly a deer ran out in front of my truck. I locked my brakes but couldn't stop in time. Feeling my heart pounding, I just sat in my truck, staring at the motionless deer laying in the middle of the road. I had never killed anything before, intentionally or on accident. As much as I wanted to get home, take a shower and go to bed, I couldn't just let it lay there, Someone could run it over, causing real damage to their undercarriage, or, even worse, they swerve to avoid it and end up falling over 100 feet into the river below, hitting dozens of trees on the way down. I put on my emergency lights and got out of the truck to pull the carcass off the road. However, as I was doing this, I saw something move in the deer's lower gut. Seeing this made my heart sink, because at the time I thought maybe the dead deer was about to give birth. While holding in a gag and pulling the body to get off the road, whatever was in the deer crawled out of its backside, ran up the leg I was holding onto, and then bit my hand. It was too fast and the night was too dark, so I have no idea what it was. Instinctively, I flung the creature off of me, and I heard it scamper away through the grass. Wondering what just attacked me, I inspected the wound. It produced very little blood and looked no worse than what a cat would do when it plays a little too roughly. Since my heart was pounding out of my chest at this point, and I had most of the deer carcass off the road, I figured I had done my duty and it was time to go home. As soon as I arrived home, I barely had the energy to take off my clothes. So all hopes I had of taking a shower were lost, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out like a light. The next morning I felt sluggish and cold. My teeth were chattering violently. It reminded me of a flu. However, my nose wasn't stuffed up and I wasn't congested. The wound on my hand was red, but not swollen. Still, I was worried and made a call to set up a doctor's appointment. Thankfully, I was able to get seen right away. However, after the exam, the doctor said he could find nothing wrong with me, but the blood tests would take a few days before the results would come in. I am not the kind of person to tell someone how to do their job, especially if their job meant years of education and twice that many having their own practice. However, I made it clear that I strongly disagreed with what the doctor said. When I got home, my stomach was complaining. I ate shortly before getting off work the day before, so there was no reason for my stomach to complain as much as it was. I tried eating soup, but it tasted like fermenting compost. No joke, that's exactly what it tasted like. When I checked the expiration date, I was surprised that it still had 8 months before it was considered bad. At the time, I figured that whatever was wrong with me was affecting my senses. My grandma said that 7-Up and ginger ale was as close to magic as it gets when it comes to being sick. But since I didn't have any of that in the house, I made a few calls and had it delivered. However, that too tasted really bad. My stomach kept complaining, so in an attempt to silence it, I decided to make something that I could never resist. My mom's specialty, meatloaf. If nothing else, it was my comfort food and my favorite as a kid. Lo and behold, it tasted amazing. However, when I tried adding ketchup like I always did, I nearly gagged from the smell of it. I ended up eating all of it in a single sitting, and afterwards I felt really good. So good, in fact, that I decided to head into town to pick up a few groceries. As I walked around with the shopping cart, going down the same aisles as I always did, the items I usually got held no appeal to me. I love bananas, but they smelled like they had been soaking in gasoline for a few days. The vegetables stank of curdled milk, and the cheese might as well have been, well, I'll let you imagine what that smelled like. The only thing that smelled good was meat. No, it didn't smell good. It smelled divine, the way I imagine heaven smells like. I filled up my cart with hamburger, chicken breast, pork chops, whole turkeys, chicken legs, ribs, spiral hams, bacon, hot dogs, and so much more. People looked at me funny as I went to pay for the items, and some even asked if I was planning on having a cookout. I am ashamed to admit it, but I snapped at those people and told them it wasn't any of their business. When I got home, I felt sick again and decided that some pork chops were in order. As I started to get everything ready, I opened the cream of mushroom, and the smell that emerged from the can made me throw up in the sink. Later, I checked the expiration date and saw that it still had a few months to go. The can was not dented or punctured, so there was no reason for it to smell rancid. I cooked the pork chops plain, only adding a little olive oil on the bottom of the glassware so that it wouldn't stick. The wait seemed to take forever. At some point before the pork chops were done, I found myself mindlessly eating away at the raw hamburger, taking grape-sized pinches here and there. I knew it was disgusting, but I couldn't stop myself. Each bite hit the spot and scratched an itch that I did not know I had. By this time, it was after office hours, but I called the general practitioner to see if there were any updates. All the while, I kept eating the raw meat. I was too embarrassed to tell them about my new eating habits and instead sounded like an idiot when I had nothing to say other than to ask about the blood test, which I knew the results would be in sometime next week. Because of this, I could tell the person on the other line was annoyed. I spent the rest of the day eating and worrying. I must have paced for a few miles before I decided to go to bed. At the time, I figured that I might be able to sleep off whatever was happening to me. And if this was not to be, it would make the day that the blood test comes in arrive faster. However, I couldn't go a few hours without food before the cravings made me wake up and rummage through the fridge. I blacked out at some point during the night and found myself outside at the wooden fence, trying to bait the neighbor's cat with a raw chicken leg that I already ate half of. I was scared, paranoid that whatever bit my hand might have given me something really nasty. But I knew that worrying about it wasn't going to do me any favors, so I decided to do what I normally do to clear my head, and I went for a drive. Usually this would have worked, but my stomach kept complaining. I'd been eating for nearly a day straight, so I knew I was not hungry. What else could I do other than wait for the blood test to come back? Trying to distract myself, I decided to turn on the radio and listen to one of the 3 radio stations that worked in this town. As I was fumbling with the knobs in my old beat-up truck, I turned the corner and saw a man walking across the street to get his mail. I hit the brakes as hard as I could, but it was too little too late, and he bounced off the grill of my truck and went flying through the air. Terrified, I ran out to see if there was anything I could do to help him, but when I drew close, I could see that he was all sorts of messed up. He was conscious and asked me to give him a ride to the hospital because he would not be able to afford the bill for an ambulance. However, that was when I noticed that the femur was sticking out of his leg. I licked my lips, and before I knew it, I started biting and eating around the bone as the man screamed. And in his condition, he was unable to get away or fight me off. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point I became aware that people were starting to gather. All of them were too shocked to do anything but stare. Embarrassed and terrified, I ran to the truck and drove away. It wasn't like I could go anywhere. Since Gray Hill is a small town, most of the onlookers knew who I was. So I did the only thing I could think of and went home. There is so much more I want to say, but I don't have much time. The sirens are getting louder. I am sorry. Okay, so bear with me. This happened when I was a kid, and I double-checked the story with my family. This was in the mid-'80s. I was about 7, at home with 2 of my older sisters, who were 8 and 11, and 2 cousins, who were 7 and 8. All 5 of us girls. My sister, 11, was in charge of babysitting us 4 younger girls. You have to picture what our house looked like to understand what happened. It was a 2-story box-style house with a flat roof and a small box front porch, also with a flat roof. I can't remember what we were doing, but we were all in the house. We kept hearing noises coming from the roof, like walking, and what sounded like rocks being dropped down the downspouts. You know, kids, we thought of a squirrel or something, but it kept happening. Then my older sister said something about how maybe someone climbed the huge tree beside the house and climbed onto our roof. We were all scared because we knew there was a roof access point in the bedroom that I shared with one of my sisters. My oldest sister told my other sister and one of our cousins to walk across the street to the corner store, and on the way back, look up and see if they could see someone on the roof. So the girls left. They walked halfway across the parking lot, and being curious kids, they turned around, looked up and saw a guy in one of those totally 80s guys cropped top football jerseys. Think Johnny Depp in A Nightmare on Elm Street. He was crouched down on the roof. The girls came running home, freaking out, and told my oldest sister about the guy. She, freaking out, first went to the neighbor's house to use their deck to see if she could see on their roof, but she couldn't see anything. She came home and then called the police, and it felt like it took them ages to show up. When they finally arrived, I don't think they believed a word we said. One cop drove down the road, up a hill about a block away, to see if they could see anything, but the way the roof was, you couldn't see a person if they were laying down. Then these cops tell us kids that we had to go upstairs and check everywhere to see if we found anyone. 5 little girls from ages 7 to 11 sent upstairs, scared out of their minds, crying, to look for a mysterious man. Knowing about the roof access, we all cried, not wanting to go, but they said we had to. To this day, I remember how scared I was. I remember looking, but how well do little kids look, right? The cops didn't listen to us. They didn't check the house, inside or out, and then they just left. We were so scared to be left home alone with some guy there. Who knows where he was? We didn't know if he was just laying down on the roof, or jumped down, or somehow got in, and was hiding somewhere inside. My mom finally got home a few hours later, and we told her what happened, and she told us that there was a lock on the roof access, and that no one could get in, but she checked anyways. Then she went to check on the outside. There were clear footprints in the dirt, dug in good from him jumping off the roof, onto the porch, and off into the flower bed. Oh, my mom was so upset when she realized we told the truth, and we were not believed by the police. We went to the police station the next day, and we were all separated and interviewed. We all told the same story. My mom went up one side of the cops and down the other. We never found out who the guy was or why he was there. Did he know that it was a house with 5 little girls home alone? I live in rural southwestern Ontario, in a town called Tillsonburg, in the heart of the Tobacco Belt. I was born and raised in Norfolk County, and have since lived all over the province, and my sleepy little corner of the woods is without a shadow of a doubt as bizarre as it is isolated. It isn't isolated in a physical sense, more so in the sense that it has always and will always be rural farmland, peppered with Carolinian forests, small towns, and the kind of self-hatred you can only find out in the country or in small towns nobody ever escapes. Now, like most small communities, belief in the paranormal is quite common. These things can easily be explained away. Historically, rural communities have a tendency to hold on to superstition, and the soul-crushing boredom that small communities are faced with often presents a golden opportunity for a story. Due to a traumatic event involving a violent carjacking, I moved in with my girlfriend's family about 6 months ago. I have heard countless stories about ghostly encounters in this house from my girlfriend beforehand, which usually left me in an odd combination of sincere belief, skepticism, and intrigue. That is until I started having experiences myself. My first encounter in the house was 6 months before I moved in. My girlfriend, like I said, filled me in on plenty of stories about the entities she has encountered here, and while her experiences correlate with her parents' own experiences in the house, she by far has the most frequent encounters. According to her, there are 3 active entities in her house: an old woman who lived here in the 1930s, a tall and hulking dark male energy, and what we call the Crawley Boy. While she is sure of the identity of the woman, she has never been entirely certain that the latter 2 are indeed 2 separate entities. Whether the Crawley Boy is the same entity as the tall man is unclear. We aren't entirely sure why he crawls, if it is meant to scare us, or if this was just some poor guy who had his legs crushed by some farming equipment. We were sitting in the living room in the early morning, around 1 a.m., maybe 2 a.m. To this day, she tries way too hard to stay up with me. The pristine silence of a mostly asleep house is an enticing prospect for the introverted. We were sitting and watching TV when she starts complaining about seeing wisps, usually indicative of a migraine. A few minutes later, I started seeing them too. "That happens down here at night," she said to me. "Sometimes I think it's just a migraine, but then sometimes other people see it too." 5 or 10 minutes later, I happened to glance over into the adjoining dining room, and wouldn't you know, I saw it too. It's hard to accurately describe, but I'll try. You will see movement out of the corner of your eye. A white, shapeless mass will register in your periphery, usually whipping by or disappearing as soon as you turn your head. Sometimes you don't even register it, as it can resemble a coming migraine or exhaustion. But if you pay attention to the room around you, it is anything but normal. As we are sitting there, I glanced up into the dining room and noticed that something was off. It was as if the room was distorted, as if the room itself and all of its contents were vibrating, and that vibration caused everything to just wiggle. Seeing this, any rational mind in the modern age would probably jump to gas leak as a probable explanation for this. But I swear to you, our carbon monoxide and gas detectors are functional. If there was a gas leak in the house that was large enough to distort the appearance of an entire room, we would all be dead. So we're sitting there, just watching and wondering what could cause this, when out of nowhere comes the unmistakable feeling of being watched. My girlfriend suddenly shifts her gaze to under the table. Ugh. I look, unsure of what I'm seeing. I could have sworn that I saw a blur along the floor, under the dining room table. It was then that she tells me that she had seen something crawling along the floor and seemingly hiding. At any rate, it's gone by this point, but the feeling of being watched is still very much present. Time goes by, and we go back to doing what we were doing. I had gotten up to get a refill and sat down, picking up the remote but fumbling and dropping it. As I get up to lean down and pick it up from beside the recliner next to me, I catch a glimpse of something I can hardly believe. As I pick up the remote, I see something under the couch. Something moving. I focus in on what I'm seeing, and my brain finally registers what it is. An arm. A thin, pale arm with what I can only describe as silvery, putrefied skin as it skulks back further under the couch. Every horror movie on Earth has prepared us for this situation. Nothing good comes to those who look. And so, we didn't. 6 months later, after I had moved in, we were sitting on the front porch in the heat of the summer, talking about whatever, when the subject turned to ghosts. Like I said, just about any person living here will tell you a ghost story, if you talk to them long enough. This particular conversation involved the creepy statue of the Virgin Mary at the church across the street. And somewhere in the conversation, her son, just recently having turned 10, looks up at us and says, "One time I saw a man without legs, and he was crawling past our house from over by the hospital toward the church." During the summer I turned 22, my boyfriend and I moved into our first apartment together. It was a smaller building, about 12 units, and had an eclectic mix of tenants. Everyone was kind and always happy to exchange small talk if we crossed paths in the hallway or the parking lot. My boyfriend, being more social than I, quickly got to know the names and units that belonged to everyone. Being a young man, he was often asked to help move furniture or carry in groceries for some of the older residents. One woman in particular, Lisa, was especially talkative and seemed to find any excuse to have my boyfriend and I come over to help her around the house. Having grandparents of our own, we knew that she most likely wanted company other than her orange cat, so we would always find the time to take out our trash or carry bags of cat litter up the stairs for her. One day in early July, we ran into Lisa while we were coming home from the beach. I was unloading the car, my head in the back seat trying to gather the items that had spilled from the beach bag onto the floor of the car, when I heard Lisa's voice behind me. "Hello, Jess. Hot weather we're having today, isn't it?" I jumped when I heard her. I never understood how this 85-year-old woman could be so silent. "Oh, hi there, Lisa. Yeah, it was a scorcher." I pulled my head out from the car and turned to look at her. Despite the hot weather, Lisa was wearing a pair of jeans, slippers, a turtleneck, and a wool sweater. Oddly enough, she was not sweating. "I hope I'm not bothering you. I saw you and Jim from my window and wanted to invite you both over for dinner tonight. My brother is coming over today, so I'm making something special. Since you two are always so helpful, I wanted to invite you as well." I hesitated to answer. Lisa had never invited us to eat with her before, nor had she ever mentioned a brother. Also, and at the time I thought I was imagining it, something seemed to be off about her. She was several inches shorter than I, and usually looked up at me and made eye contact when she talked. This time, she was standing several feet away and staring at what seemed to me the tail light 2 feet to my side. At the time, I brushed it off as exhaustion from the heat. It was 90 degrees after all, and she did appear to be wearing far too much clothing for the weather. Just as I was about to decline the offer, something in my gut telling me tonight would be a night to stay in, my boyfriend walked outside. "Hi, Lisa, how's your day been?" Jim said in his usual friendly tone. "I hope I'm not bothering you. I saw you and Jim from my window and wanted to invite you both over for dinner tonight. My brother is coming over today, so I'm making something special. Since you two are always so helpful, I wanted to invite you as well," Lisa said, repeating exactly what she had just said to me, never breaking the gaze from the taillight. Of course we will. We would love to meet your brother and try your cooking." Jim, always the social butterfly. It was something I loved about him when we met, but there were times when it could get really on my nerves. "Wonderful," Lisa said. Her face broke out in a smile, but her eyes were still locked in that unnerving stare. "I will see you at 8 o'clock. My brother will be getting in late, so we'll have to have a late dinner." Before we could respond, she did a swift about-face and marched back into the building. My boyfriend and I stared at each other with puzzled looks on our faces. "She seems off. Are you sure we should go? Maybe she needs to rest?" I said, trying my best to find an excuse not to attend. "It's probably just the heat. You know how old people get. She's also probably a bit stressed about her brother visiting. I didn't even know she had one, so it must be a big deal." Jim replied, "We have to go. She's expecting us, and we don't want to be rude. We seem to be the only people she talks to in the building." I guess you're right. My stomach was doing a backflip at the thought of sitting through what I expected to be a very awkward evening. I never liked dinner parties anyway, but this one was giving me a weird feeling. We unloaded the car and I brushed my anxiety off as a bit of heat from mixed with a little too much alcohol while at the beach. Once inside, I jumped into a cold shower to cool off and clean the sand and surf off. Jim and I napped for about an hour, and at 8 o'clock we put our shoes on and headed upstairs to Lisa's apartment. Jim reached up and knocked on the door. That weird feeling that returned, and I found myself holding my breath, hoping that for some reason Lisa and her brother would fail to open that door. The doorknob turned, and Lisa, still dressed in her unseasonably warm clothing. "Come in. My brother just got here. Take a seat in the living room." We shuffled our way into the apartment, and as soon as we were taking off our shoes, a smell hit my nose like none I had ever experienced before. It was a mix of rotten meat and mildew, exasperated by the heat of July. I gagged and shot a look of confusion and concern at my boyfriend. He nodded and whispered into my ear, "It's probably just the cat box and an old trash bag. You know how this building gets in the summer with no AC." "I guess," I mumbled back. Jim always gave people the benefit of the doubt. He really was just too nice and unassuming sometimes. With a knot forming in my stomach, Jim and I proceeded into the living room, fully expecting to see an unbathed, elderly man sitting on Lisa's couch. I was not prepared for what I saw when we turned the corner. No one was there. The only living thing in that apartment other than Lisa was her large orange cat sitting on the armchair. "Lisa, Jim, this is my brother, Daryl," Lisa said with a gesture towards the cat. I squeezed Jim's hand and tried my best to maintain a smile on my face. Jim looked at me. This time the look of terror and confusion was on his face. I mouthed the word, "stroke," at him, and after a moment he nodded back. With the heat and her age, a stroke was the most likely cause of this confusion. Quickly changing the subject to see how she responded, I asked, "Lisa, how are you feeling? Has the heat wave been hard to deal with?" "Oh, it's been terrible. I always loved summer, but it's been too much to deal with these last few years," Lisa said while standing in the doorway to the kitchen. I couldn't imagine how she was wearing so much clothing. I was beginning to sweat just looking at her. That's when I realized that despite the heat and the lack of central air in our building, not a single fan was blowing or a window open. Lisa, would you like me to open a window for you? It's really stuffy with all these people in here. Jim asked. No. The bugs will get out if you open the window, Lisa responded. She had that far-off gaze on her face again. This time she was staring just past Jim, at a wall where her photographs were hanging. Jim and I both wrote off the slip as part of whatever was going on with her. Jim mouthed the word stroke at me, and I nodded in agreement again. Lisa, are you sure you're feeling all right? I think we should call the doctor. I think the heat might be getting to you, I said as gently as possible, not wanting to upset her, potentially making matters worse. I'm fine, Jess. Daryl asked me the same thing earlier. I must be a little tired from the heat. Isn't that right, Daryl? As Lisa said this, her gaze remained steady on the wall at the back of the room. She didn't have many lights on, just one lamp in the corner. It was hard to tell, but it looked as though her pupils were so dilated that the blue irises were completely covered by the black of her pupils. There was no response from Daryl, as he wasn't there, just a swish of the tail from her orange cat. How about some dinner? It's just finished and ready to serve. Lisa turned around and walked into the kitchen. Jim and I were both starting to get really unnerved by the whole situation. We thought it was obvious that she was having a stroke, but other than talking to someone who wasn't there and wearing a sweater in the grueling heat, her motor skills and speech were perfectly normal for a woman in her mid-80s. Jim, I don't think she's having a stroke. I think something else is going on, I said to my boyfriend as soon as she left. We'll give it a few more minutes. If she doesn't start acting normal by the end of dinner, we'll call an ambulance, Jim whispered to me as we walked into the kitchen. The smell from when we first entered the apartment was suffocating as I got hotter and more uncomfortable. I was dizzy from breathing shallowly through my mouth, and the back of my neck was covered in sweat. When we walked into the kitchen, the table was set for 4. Not surprising after what just occurred in the living room. Jim and I took our seats at the table. The smell was worse now in the kitchen than it had been before. She must really be behind on that cat box and trash, I thought to myself. The glass at the table was already filled with water. I picked it up to take a sip, but immediately stopped when the cup reached my mouth. The cup was warm from the heat, and a sour vinegar smell filled my mouth as I opened it to take a sip. I quickly set my glass down on the table and kicked Jim's leg under the table and gestured towards the water with a disturbed look on my face. Jim picked up his glass, smelled it, and I thought he was going to vomit right then and there. The look on his face was one of pure disgust. At this point, Lisa had her back to us and was preparing her dishes on the counter. Suddenly, I became very concerned about dinner. If something was wrong with the water, what was the food going to be like? I waited. Jim and I said nothing, just stared at each other across this tiny kitchen table with looks of anxiety on our faces. Lisa's cat jumped into the chair next to mine and let out a low meow. His tail was flicking. Here's dinner. I made it especially for you, Daryl. I know it's your favorite. Lisa turned around and was carrying a large roasting pan. She set it down in the center of the table. I reached out to help her to avoid spilling steaming hot food all over the place, but realized that the pan was the same temperature as the room. It wasn't hot at all, even though she had just pulled it out of her oven. Lisa sat down in the chair, took off the lid to the roasting pan, and I was met with the source of that terrible smell. Inside the pan was a pot roast with carrots, potatoes, and gravy, but it was all covered in mold. I gasped and froze at the sight of it. Your favorite, right, Daryl? Lisa said again as she reached for the ladle and scooped 2 large helpings onto the plate in front of her cat. I watched in horror as she then turned to me and did the same. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe, knowing now where that smell had been coming from. I felt Jim kick my leg. Our eyes locked. Lisa continued serving the rotten roast to Jim, and finally, to herself. I stared at my plate. In the dim light and the heat of Lisa's apartment, I made out tiny white maggots, hundreds of them, crawling out from between the layers of meat and vegetables. The meat had turned green, and the vegetables were slimy. I shut my eyes and covered my mouth and nose with my one hand. It was all I could do to keep from throwing up. Something was wrong with Lisa. My eyes shot back open when I heard a clatter. Jim had practically fallen out of his chair and was scrambling towards the door. "Jess, we're going, now," he said in a stern and terrified voice. I opened my eyes and bolted up from the chair. I felt Jim grab my hand as he said, "Don't look, just go." My body did exactly the opposite. As we grabbed our shoes and wrenched the door open, I took a quick look behind me. Something to this day I wish with all my heart I had not done. When I looked back, I saw Lisa's cat, with its face to the plate, devouring the dish in front of him. But even more disturbing was Lisa, sitting there chewing away on the maggot-infested roast, a huge smile on her face as she looked at the cat and said, "I know, Daryl, it's my favorite too," before shoveling a heaping fork full of the putrid meat into her mouth. Jim and I ran upstairs and spent the next half an hour puking. After that, we couldn't eat for 2 weeks, and I ended up throwing out the clothes we had worn into the apartment, because no matter how much we washed them, I couldn't seem to get that smell out. That evening, once we had stopped vomiting and we were able to calm down enough to talk, Jim called emergency services and told them what had happened. He said that our neighbor was unwell and that they should send an ambulance as well as someone from social services to check on the elderly woman. A couple days later, we received news that Lisa had been taken to the emergency room that night and then died soon after in the hospital. Her funeral was being held the following weekend, and we were encouraged to attend, as she didn't have much family left. On the day of the funeral, Jim and I were still unable to eat. We had been living on coffee, water, and saltine crackers since the night we went over there for dinner. We had scrubbed every inch of the house, opened the windows, and had 3 scented candles burning almost constantly. We mustered the courage out of respect for our neighbor and headed to the memorial service. We walked into the mostly empty room at the funeral home to pay our respects. Looking at the face of Lisa as she lay there in her coffin, I couldn't help but wonder what happened to her. Why had such a kind old lady gone so far off the deep end, so suddenly? Had her brother Daryl recently died, and maybe she couldn't handle the grief? Had it been a stroke? We were never given an answer from anyone on what actually happened, but we did learn one thing at the memorial service. While reading through her obituary, I noticed that there was no Daryl listed at all in Lisa's family. In fact, she only had one sister who had died of breast cancer in her 50s, 30 years prior to this. I mentioned this to Jim on the way home, and we could agree that it was best to not think about it. We moved a few months later. The apartment had been wonderful, but there was no way we could stay in that building after what had happened. Jim and I are still together, and he is just as social with the neighbors, but now we pay closer attention to the elderly people that live in our building. This isn't exactly my story, but I was the one with the tidbit that makes this story scary. I used to be really involved in youth group at my church, and every summer, we went to confirmation camp at a camp in the woods. This camp is in the middle of harvest country, so there are a lot of fields where migrant workers will find employment. Sometimes, if they need to shower or get water, they will go to secluded parts of the camp and use the facilities. Some people also own property or live around the camp. None of the people around camp have ever harmed a camper, but we are all told to be careful in general. During a weekend retreat, I stayed up late to talk to a group of the counselors, and we shared our favorite stories about camp. One boy, we'll call him Aaron, told us a story about a man he ran into at confirmation camp. He said it was his first year at camp, and he didn't really know his way around that well. He had gone with one of his friends to the nurse's cabin to get medicine, and was running late to a group activity. As they left the nurse's cabin, he ran into a man who was just walking around the camp. They asked him who he was and asked for directions to the pavilion. He told them that he was the nurse's husband and that he could take them to the pavilion. As Aaron was telling this story, I asked him to describe the man who said he was the nurse's husband, because there were two nurses. The one nurse is around 85 years old and widowed, and the other nurse is a lovely older woman who goes to my church. He said the man wasn't too old, really tall, and bald with a mustache. He then continued his story. He said that the man led them around for a bit until they eventually got to the entrance of a path that led to the woods. They were both a little concerned because they didn't remember the leaders telling them that the pavilion was in the woods. It had also gotten very dark, and the man was the only one with a flashlight. But they still followed him down the path, into the woods. A minute or two into the walk, the old man's flashlight died, leaving them without any light at all. The boys told the old man that they were going to turn around and go back into camp to see if they could find another leader. The old man was hesitant, but eventually gave in, and they all walked back to camp. As they got back into camp, the boys asked the man if he really knew where the pavilion was. The old man just looked at them and said, "Follow the path behind you around those bushes and it's on your left." Then the old man left the boys and disappeared back into the woods. The boys made it back to the pavilion for their group activity and just thought the entire thing was weird. As Aaron finished the story, I had a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. Before, I mentioned that I knew the nurse's husband. He's average height, with graying hair and no facial hair at all. I have no idea who the tall, bald, mustached man was that led the boys into the dark woods that night. Who knows what he was up to, and what he would have done if he had taken them further into the trees. When I was 7 years old, I lived on 62nd Street. I had a ton of neighborhood kids that I played with every day, and the days were spent roller skating, riding bikes, and going from house to house playing with all my friends. It was 1981, and my parents were pretty relaxed about letting me leave and be gone all day until nightfall. I don't remember when I first saw Mr. Hinkle, the old man that lived at the end of the block, but I remember the other kids warning me about him. "Make sure never to walk in front of Mr. Hinkle's house. If he sees you, he'll run out and chase you. Mr. Hinkle grabbed me and tried to drag me into his house one time when I was getting my frisbee out of his front yard. Mr. Hinkle is the meanest old man in the world. Mr. Hinkle hates kids." After hearing all this, I was afraid, but I was also intrigued. I wondered if he really was as mean as they'd all said. Would he actually try to chase us? So over time, we all got a bit braver and started to walk in front of his house. Nothing happened the first 4 times we did it, but on the 5th time, I heard the screen door open, and there he was. I see a short, bald, wrinkled old man holding a wooden cane, raised over his head, shouting at us kids to get off his property. He wasn't fast, but he began to shuffle out the door towards us. I noticed he was wearing slippers, and I was surprised by that for some reason. But then all of us ran as fast as lightning to get out of there. Once we were all the way down the block, we stopped running and began to laugh and talk excitedly about what just happened. It was like seeing Bigfoot or the Wolf Man and outrunning them. Seeing such a feeble and slow old man made us feel that he couldn't do anything to us. So after a couple of days, we decided to up the stakes just a little on our fascination with him. I dare you to knock on Mr. Hinkle's door. This dare went on between all of us kids for about 2 days before someone was finally brave enough to try it. It was Mikey, the oldest boy of 10. As we all watched from the safety of some bushes across the street, none of us breathed as Mikey crept over to Mr. Hinkle's driveway. My stomach was in my throat as Mikey tiptoed over to the porch and the front door. Just as Mikey reached his arm out to bang on the door, Mr. Hinkle whisked the door open faster than we thought possible and grabbed Mikey by the arm. We heard him shouting at the boy, who was hopping up and down trying to get away. We all screamed and ran in every direction to each of our houses. I ran so fast, I never looked back. As I rushed in my house, breathlessly telling my mother about the kidnapping I had just witnessed, she clearly didn't believe me and told me that I should be ashamed of myself for bothering a little old man. I was then forbidden from going down to Mr. Hinkle's house again and sent to my room. As I sat on my bed, I could only imagine what was happening to Mikey. The next day, as I rode my bike down the sidewalk, there was Mikey. I rushed over to ask him what happened. He dragged me into his house, and he was laughing because I couldn't get away. He had an iron grip on my wrist, but my brothers taught me how to fight, so I kicked him right in the knee and he let me go. He was bent over, so I knew it had to hurt. My mom went and talked to him after I told her what happened. She said she would call the police if we came near his house again, so I'm basically grounded. Wow, me too, I said. After this, we all left the old man alone. It wasn't worth it, and after seeing Mikey get grabbed, it was just too scary to mess with. So life went on. Months went by. I only saw Mr. Hinkle one other time when a nurse was helping him get out of his car and walking him into his house. It looked like he had a nurse with him at all times, so we all assumed he was really sick. But as I said, life went on, and we forgot all about mean old Mr. Hinkle. Until one day in October. It was about 2 weeks before Halloween, and all of us kids were totally excited. The neighborhood was decorated, and we talked about trick-or-treating, which houses were the best, and what costumes we were going to be. Playing somewhere in the middle of the block, we finally look over and notice that Mr. Hinkle is sitting in a lawn chair in the middle of his driveway. He never came outside, so this was definitely out of the ordinary. He was wearing a large brown fedora hat, a tan jacket and trousers, brown leather shoes. His cane was resting against his leg, and on his lap was a huge punch bowl, filled to the brim with candy. We watched him for a minute, until he looked over at us and smiled. "Ah, young children, come and get some candy," he yelled. He then chuckled to himself but kept smiling this weird, too large of a smile. It instantly felt like a trap. We huddled together and talked it over. Should we go over there? No, but he's got all that candy. It's a trick. I don't know. Let's just walk over, but don't cross the street. We finally all agreed. We slowly walked over towards the end of the block, making sure to stay on the opposite side of the street from his house. "Yes, come children, get you some candy," he bellowed as he saw us walking towards him. It was completely and totally weird. We all knew this was not right, but the temptation of candy was just too enticing for all of us. We had to know what the catch was. Finally, we are directly across the street from Mr. Hinkle. Come on, have some candy, he would keep yelling. Mikey finally shrugged his shoulders and walked over. Mr. Hinkle just smiled and nodded his head, and Mikey gingerly grabbed a candy bar from the punch bowl. He stood there and opened it, and Mr. Hinkle, seemingly understanding that Mikey was the test dummy, said, "See? Don't you want some candy?" My friend Beth then walked over and got some candy. She stood right there and ate it. Me and Angela exchanged looks and smiled. Guess it's all right. We ran across the street and both reached in and grabbed some candy. "Good," Mr. Hinkle said. We all stood there eating our candy, and Mr. Hinkle, still smiling, said, "Y'all get some more." As we all clustered around the punch bowl, each of us grabbing more candy, Mr. Hinkle had picked up his cane without us noticing. Thwack, thwack, thwack. He laughed as he began wailing on all of our heads with his cane. "Get you some candy!" Mr. Hinkle yelled and laughed as he swung the cane wildly, trying to hit us again. We were all stunned, but we all yelled and ran far enough away so that he couldn't reach us. We stood there watching him, confused as to why this little old man was so crazy. Finally, his nurse came out and said, "Mr. Hinkle, you get back in this house and leave those kids alone." And she bent to pull him up out of the chair, moving the candy to the ground. Mr. Hinkle was still wildly laughing and shaking his cane up to the sky as she led him inside. We all went home quietly, wondering what just happened. Too young to understand. 2 nights before Halloween, I heard sirens. I looked out my window to see an ambulance heading down the street and to see it stop in front of Mr. Hinkle's house. I saw lots of commotion, but I didn't know what was going on. I found out the next day that Mr. Hinkle died. I was sad, but disturbed, and I didn't know why. Halloween night was a blast, and after gorging on candy and watching all the Halloween cartoons that night, I finally went to bed. I woke up to a loud thunderstorm. My bed laid directly underneath my window to my room, and when I was lying in bed, I could see outside. Lightning flashed, and Mr. Hinkle was staring at me through my window. He was wearing his big brown fedora, and he was tapping his cane against my window, and he had that sickening, too wide smile and crazy eyes. "You got some candy, didn't you? You dirty little girl," he said in a sing-song type of voice. I screamed and cried for my mother as I ran out of my room. My parents rolled their eyes, chalking it up to too much sugar and too much imagination. But I refused to sleep in my room for a week after that. The day after this happened, all of my friends talked about the terrible nightmare they had all had about Mr. Hinkle being outside their window. Every single one of us experienced the same thing. Everyone seemed to accept it as just a bad shared nightmare. I was the only one who always wondered, what really happened? Was I asleep? What was that thing outside my window? Let me start this story with a little context. I'm a 28-year-old female. I have had what I suppose some would call paranormal instances. Nothing big, just a noise, a voice, something out of the corner of my eye. But I have always chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me, since I am very paranoid, and nothing has ever been there when I looked. It is also important that I explain the layout of my home. I lived in an old mobile home with my fiancé, one of those ones that look like an actual house. The inside was old, with plywood walls, and an eerie feel to it. Since it's old, it makes a lot of noise, which I'm used to. You enter the home in the laundry room. There is a door frame in front of the entrance with no door attached. When you walk through that frame, to the right is a guest room, and in front is the master bedroom. If you walk to the left, there is a kitchen on your right, and a dining room to the left. Straight ahead is an open, California living room. There is a small wall that covers the view of the kitchen from the living room. We had our TV against that wall, and the couch right in front against the back wall. One night, I was laying on the couch around 2 a.m., as I used to work until 1 a.m., watching TV. All of the lights were off except one lamp that illuminated only the corner of the living room by the couch. I started hearing a noise that sounded like someone was clearing their throat. I knew it wasn't my fiancé, as he was out of town for a bachelor party. I turned down the TV, looked into the dark hallway, and didn't hear or see anything. Then, I started to hear what sounded like footsteps. I once again turned the TV down, and I couldn't see the hallway from where I was laying, so I sat up and looked into the hallway. Nothing. As I started watching TV again, I heard louder footsteps and quickly turned the TV down. The footsteps continued. It sounded like someone was aggressively pacing from the guest room to the kitchen entrance, back and forth. I jumped upright on the couch and stared down the hallway, but, again, didn't see anyone, and the footsteps stopped. I then heard a sound from the kitchen. It was the sound I heard earlier, the sound of someone clearing their throat. It was a deep sound, like a man. Because of the wall, I couldn't see into the kitchen at all, even when sitting up. I was paralyzed with fear, sitting upright looking into the hall and waiting for someone to come out of the kitchen. I kept listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of liquid with ice in a glass, swishing. And then, a loud sipping sound. I jumped up and ran into the bedroom, closed the door, and jumped on my bed. I was still listening. My dog got up out of her bed and walked to the door. She was just staring at it. I called her name, but she didn't move. She didn't even flinch. All of a sudden, I heard loud footsteps coming out of the kitchen and down the hall. There was a scratching sound on the door. Then, the scratching started going along the plywood walls, back down the hallway to the guest room, and back to my room. I can't tell you how many times they went up and down the hallway. The scratching finally stopped, and I heard a low, deep laugh outside the door. The scratching got more intense, and my dog started barking. I told her to stop so that I could hear, but she wouldn't stop. I heard loud running from my door down the hallway to the guest room, and then a loud crash. I jumped up, grabbed my dog, and ran out of the house. I went to my mom's for the night. When I came back in the morning, no one was there, of course. I looked at the wall in the hallway and saw that there were deep scratches on my door, leading down the hallway. It didn't look like scratches a human would make. They were extremely deep and thick, like claws. I went into the guest room and saw that the closet mirror was cracked on the bottom, as if someone had kicked it. I never sat out in that living room at night again, and never had an experience like this again. We have since moved out of that house into a place in the same community, but it is much more updated. It was by far the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, and obviously, I hope it never happens again. For privacy reasons, I won't disclose where this happened. The town I grew up in has a rich and unique history, and thankfully, it is actually positive. The man who put the town on the map left an important legacy on the town, which I have benefited from. The town isn't all too exciting for locals, but I have seen a lot of tourists go nuts for the various attractions. There is a theme park that has its own ghost stories of people seeing children who drowned in the old pool that used to be around the park. The community center's theater section has ghost sightings of a maintenance worker that hung himself on the 5th floor. I work at the town's museum. The building itself is fairly new. However, the artifacts that we display and collect in our archives are very interesting. We get a lot of reports of things moving around on their own. The archives has a collection of Native American arrowheads that are very active. Even the chairs in the tastings area seem to move around from day to day. The first story that I personally witnessed was the weird noises that came from the cafe's kitchen. Our museum also has a food lab where we teach classes and have guests create their own piece to take home and eat. To keep unnecessary cleaning chemicals away from the food in the lab, we share a dishwasher with the cafe. The lab is connected by a swinging door and leads right into the back of the cafe's kitchen. I had a shift in the lab one day, and it was eerily quiet. The cafe closes before the museum, so once the staff from the cafe leave, it gets pretty creepy in the back kitchen. There are a few times that I've heard weird noises from the kitchen when no one was there. It just sounded like someone repeatedly banging on the dishwasher or refrigerator. This quiet shift got weirder when the noises started up again. I didn't want to go back into the kitchen, so I waited in the back of the lab for the next class to start. That's when we heard noises on the lab's walkie. All departments in the museum have a walkie to connect to the manager on duty when needed, but we don't turn the lab's walkie on, as not to interrupt classes. The charging port also rarely gets plugged in because we need the outlets for other equipment. Needless to say, the walkie shouldn't have been doing anything because it wasn't turned on, and it was dead. But it clicked on for a few seconds like someone had been pressing the button to speak into it. The light flashed, and then it was dead again. The other lab instructor and I both looked at each other, and then looked back at the walkie. After telling this story to my coworkers, I found out that there were other weird things going on with the walkies, and people have heard gargled noises like someone was trying to communicate through them. The next story was one my boss told me. She said that before she was promoted, she worked as a part-time employee in the tasting section. One random week, there was a wheelchair from the local hospital that showed up near one of the shop entrances. The manager called the hospital and had someone come and pick up the wheelchair. It was a weird enough experience until it happened again the next day. The same wheelchair appeared, and someone from the hospital came and picked it up. It happened again, and even a fourth time, until the manager had an idea. Instead of calling someone to come get the wheelchair, she would just leave it there and see what happened. The next day, it had disappeared and no one saw it again. To this day, we still have weird instances with the wheelchairs that we keep in the building. There is no explanation, and I doubt there ever will be. This is a disclaimer that I'm not the best storyteller. Recounting lived experiences in this format has never been my greatest strength. On top of that, I know. Everyone says this about themselves at the start of every story, but I say this earnestly. I've never really experienced anything of the supernatural variety in my life, and I do like to think of myself as a skeptical person. The thing is, I just don't know what to write this off as, and neither does my boyfriend, with whom I shared this experience. For complete transparency's sake, I do have mental health problems, but none of the sort that include symptoms like auditory and visual hallucinations. As it stands, I have never had either. If my boyfriend hadn't been around to witness the very same thing, perhaps I would have questioned myself on that too. I have been having trouble sleeping lately, and the reason why has never bugged me so much. A sound that chilled me to the bone when I was lying there in the dark. I would usually complain to my boyfriend about it in the morning, and he would tell me flat out that he has experienced nothing similar, and did not get woken up at any point either, when I did. We sleep with the window open almost every night, and whether there was a breeze or a full-blown storm, I have never heard noises quite like the ones that woke me up. Add to that the fact that noises have never much affected my sleep. I always fall asleep with something playing in the background, and alarms have rarely ever successfully woken me up. Blocking out background noise is kind of key to getting some shut-eye when you have rowdy upstairs neighbors and people that love recklessly speeding around town blasting music. My boyfriend has employed more hands-on tactics to wake me up in the mornings when the sound of his voice alone at volume that would wake most anyone else up easily enough won't do. And he's kind enough to not just flat out yell. But this is all why it bothers me so much. Once I'm asleep, there's little to no noise that'll wake me, and I can say that with the confidence of the owner of a snoring dog, the girlfriend of a snoring man, and a loyal servant to two very active cats that aren't strangers to the occasional petty fight. Between the aforementioned snoring of my dog and man both, I heard what I can only describe as a cackle, a very high-pitched one at that, without being definably feminine or masculine. It sounded mean-spirited, like I was being laughed at. If that sounds silly, perhaps it is. In broad daylight, fully awake and alert, perhaps it wouldn't have creeped me out half as much as it did, but in that very moment, I was unable to open my eyes. I could not force myself if I tried, let alone to move and potentially turn on a light to look for the source of that noise. The second time I heard a similar noise, it woke me up from some of the deepest sleep I had had in weeks. The same high pitch, but this time no laugh, but instead something that sounded like someone struggling to speak. It sounded inquisitive and curious, but whatever was being said was completely lost on me at the time. Only after the third noise that woke me up did it occur to me what might have been said. I have been thinking so hard about it, and I'm sure I heard a very clear J. I believe it was someone trying to figure out or recall my dog's name, because on that third occasion, I felt my blood run cold hearing someone very clearly saying my dog's name. I know my boyfriend's voice up and down, tired and high energy. It's rather distinctive sounding too, and I knew, immediately upon waking up, it was not my boyfriend. Not just that, but it was a long time before we both fell asleep, specifically because of said dog. There was a lot of Jack this, Jack that. Get off my blanket, Jack. Not even at his most tired did my boyfriend ever sound like that. I don't think his voice can reach that pitch at all. Up until the most recent and last thing that happened, I chalked this all up to exhaustion, bad dreams, stress I might have had, but that's all out the window now. All I am left wondering now is why anyone would want to steal my dog. Don't get me wrong. He's a lovely pooch, but he is by far not an insanely expensive or rare breed. Nor is he exceptionally well-mannered. I'm not even sure that he's a purebred beagle, in spite of the seller's insistence. Not that I personally care. That last thing is in my memory as fresh as if it happened yesterday, even though it's been a good 2 weeks now. This time, it was my boyfriend who woke up. Our apartment is, due to no fault of our own, quite the hellhole. I could tell a whole different horror story about our landlady's incompetence and her moronic cousin that she paid $30 to repair our front door. But if you've been listening this far, I won't bore you further. You might have already guessed, however, that one especially bothersome issue that we have with the apartment is said front door, which never properly closes. There is a quite visible gap that has been annoying my boyfriend to no end, because this gap, paired with the neighbors that can neither read nor listen and will without fail always leave the hallway doors open, ensures that there's a draft. Most uncomfortable when you're trying to sleep, and temperatures outside are in the minus. That draft is what woke my boyfriend up, and consequently, my boyfriend woke me up. It's 3 a.m. at that point, and I'm being awoken by my boyfriend literally dashing over me to get out of bed, and he blurts out a question you can probably imagine with 2 dogs and 2 very curious house cats. Sent my pulse absolutely racing. "Did you leave the front door open?" Just as confused and admittedly a little annoyed at the perceived accusation in that tired state of mind, I managed to tell him, "No." And yet I could hear the door repeatedly hitting the wall as the wind whistled into our little apartment. But that was by far not the worst. I heard the quick, light clicks of dog claws on the tiles of the hallway outside, and I just about lost my mind then and there. But the time I had gotten up, my boyfriend was rushing out the door and after the dog, so even though I knew he'd get to him first, I still hurried after him just in case. I was halfway to the door, and my boyfriend halfway out when we both realized there was light when there shouldn't be. The dull orange glow of the street lamps outside seeping in by the open hallway door. Before either of us could even think to cuss out loud, we both heard the voice that time. Very, very clearly. Someone called to my dog, and although it was clear, it was not loud. It was a perverse, hoarse-sounding, but no less high-pitched imitation of that sort of soft and cheery tone that's sure to get your dog come running, tail wagging for some cuddles or treats. And that he did, or would have done, if it wasn't for my boyfriend instinctively bolting in consideration of the open outside door, and someone very clearly attempting to lure our dog away. After that, it all happened very fast. We both just barely saw someone slipping away from the doorway, as my boyfriend, in pure anger and shock, yelled profanities I'll refrain from translating, up until the moment he had caught the dog by his collar. The sound of fast footsteps headed away from us, not just running but outright sprinting, was nearly instantly audible the second he began pulling the dog away from the open door that he had reached about almost halfway. My boyfriend did go on to pass me the dog by his collar and sent me on inside with him, deciding to see for himself if he could still catch up to the lunatic whose doings these were. But unfortunately, that went nowhere. He came back to me defeated and out of breath, and freezing cold to boot. He said that he caught a glimpse of someone one last time as they headed around a corner up the road leading to the local animal shelter, but he was too cold and breathless to continue the pursuit. I didn't blame him, and I still don't. It was risky to begin with. Nothing else has happened since, other than countless talks about it and a call to the animal shelter to warn them. And while we're still in shock, all they had to say to our warnings was equivalent to ridicule. They said it was probably just a fox or boar that had wandered too far off of park limits and agitated our dog. How on earth does that explain 2 open doors and someone quite literally vocally coaxing our dog? Our door is always locked, and there was no sign of forced entry. No scratch marks, no busted lock, nothing. Other than a gross, greasy residue on the hallway doorknob and muddy footprints that look like someone has been walking around barefoot, we have found nothing and no one.